Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Trump and Israel, are they fighting one another? Iran is the victor. Before we get into this, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, let's get right into the content. Trump, he says he's furious at Israel and Iran. Is it a ceasefire? Isn't it a ceasefire? Let's see what's going on.
But reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
Have you spoken to him this morning? How confident are you
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And you know, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean.
You don't believe that Iran can rebuild its nuclear program?
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers. You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement, the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is
all these things you guys spoke?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land. That we
see. All it is because Netanyahu dragging his ass into the Netanyahu not letting this man out this war. Salute, family. And he really showing his true colors. He don't want no fight. But Israel is like, we will keep doing this until you come over here and defend us. That's why most of this is on Israel. That's not a game. That's real. He's pissed. Netanyahu not gonna listen to him. He's a puppet. He's been exposed.
That was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you have to respond to Iran?
What do you think? You think he mean that about Iran? No, he's pissed about Israel. You don't know what you're doing. You finna get all of us took down. I'm trying to create some type of ceasefire so they can get off your ass, but no. But this is why Israel was so pissed. Because Iran gave him a big smack. Salute Queen. A big smack last night. Oh goodness, Iran killed more people in one strike than than a few of the days they was hitting. That's a fact. Iran hit hard. I even mentioned how hard Iran hit. It's Israel. Israel shouldn't have never. Yeah, Israel shouldn't have never. They should never attack Iran.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Israel crying for the gigantic devastation in Beersheba, directly affecting the building by the arrival of a powerful Iranian ballistic missile at 05:30 a.m. on Tuesday. Videos and images circulated on the internet, showing the moment of the flight of the Iranian missiles, moving very fast, heading towards the southern occupied Palestinian territories, and one missile fell as fast as a knife-piercing cheese, and hit directly on high-rise buildings in Beersheba. This is probably the fastest Iran has ever fired, where explosives experts estimate that the Iranian missile that hit Beersheba carried about 300 to 500 kilograms of explosives. Footage from another angle shows the power of the explosion is very large. Even Iran has not shown its full capacity in the conflict with the Zionist regime, according to the Iranian vice president. As shown in Beersheba, it is likely that Iran is using hypersonic ballistic missiles, such as the Fatah one, which have proven to be very capable of penetrating Israeli and U.S. air defenses, even when a single missile is launched. A symbolic target of Iran, in retaliation for the blood and Iranian citizens killed in the brutal aggression started by Zionist regime together with the U.S., and now they are crying for the so-called ceasefire. But the Iranian military taught Israel a big lesson before the ceasefire began.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
In the morning, unusual footage showed aerial photos of the destruction of Beersheba. Buildings were completely destroyed and most devastating due to the arrival of an Iranian missile. A direct hit on a 7-story building, its warhead seemed very powerful and caused unprecedented damage. Israeli media commented that this is a picture they often see in the world or in movies in 2025. It means they ignore the facts of what has happened throughout the Gaza Strip. Entire buildings were destroyed and destroys again. It is noteworthy that the Iranian missile that hit Beersheba was fired after Trump himself directly said, "Ceasefire," because Israel was already under pressure, and the Israeli media announced the ceasefire starting at 7 Jerusalem time. According to Qatari Foreign Minister Al Thani, it was Washington that asked Qatar to contact Iran and assess the country's willingness to implement a ceasefire, this after Iranian missiles hit the American base, Al Udeid near Doha. The Iranian foreign minister said, if the Israeli attacks stop before 4 a.m. Tehran time, Iran will not retaliate, Abbas Araghchi clarified.
Trump this morning announced that both Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire. At 6:08 a.m. UK time, Trump on social media wrote, and I quote, "The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States." End quote. However, minutes later, Israeli ministers went public complaining of an alleged ceasefire violation by Iran. And this gives you an idea of a bigger story than Iran and Israel exchanging fires. This is the first time in my living memory that we see Israelis accusing their enemies of violating the ceasefire, even when Israel had agreed for peace. You only have to look at the recent history of the Israeli military's conduct in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and Iran to understand the seismic change in Israel's attitude. Iran, for their part, denied violating the ceasefire, implying that missiles fired at Israeli targets were done so before Trump announced the ceasefire. In fact, Donald Trump told reporters just before leaving for the NATO summit in The Hague that it was Israel which has violated the ceasefire. The language used by him for Israel was extraordinary. We've never seen an American president using F word.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
According to Israeli rescue officials, at least 6 people were killed in the Iranian missile attacks. Israeli officials, who usually impose ruthless censorship on the reporting of its damage caused by Iranian missile attacks, were quick to take BBC representatives to the scene of destruction.
Strike at about 5:45 local time this morning. If I just step back, and Alon, the cameraman, is going to show you the continuing rescue work going on behind me. There's a ladder going up to the top of the building there. Now, there were 4 people killed inside that building. I've just been speaking to the head of the Zaka search and rescue teams here. One of their members is on that ladder up there now. And he told me that the 4 people that were killed, at least 3 of them were inside their safe room. So they were observing the missile warning. They were inside their safe room when this building, this residential building, took a direct hit from what appears to be a ballistic missile. It's a massive, massive bomb site. There's been superficial damage in the areas around here. Many shop windows, many house windows have had their glass put out. Buildings around here are all damaged. And there is a search and recovery operation going on there as we speak.
You can watch videos on the damages caused by latest Iranian missile attacks in Beersheba on our Telegram channel. Details are on the screen. Israel too had launched a barrage of missiles into Tehran overnight, killing at least 9 people. The announcement on the ceasefire was made by Trump hours after he called for peace following the missile attack on a US military base in Qatar by Iran. You can watch my video on this here. This has prompted many to wonder if Trump has thrown Benjamin Netanyahu under the bus once again. Or worse, is he losing patience with the war criminal wanted by the International Criminal Court? You can just see his language, the language that he used just before leaving for the NATO summit. When you look at the chronology of the events of the last 11 days, it makes you wonder if Trump indeed took the bloodthirsty terrorist wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes for a ride. Remember how it all started? On June the 12th, Trump was telling reporters about the planned US-Iran talks on the nuclear deal. There was no deadline for Iran and no threat of military action by the US. But hours later, Netanyahu had done the unthinkable by bombing Tehran and assassinating top Iranian generals and nuclear scientists. This left Iran with no option but to strike back at Israel. Although analysts at that time concluded that Trump was aware of Netanyahu's plan and he had given his approval to Israel's illegal attack on Tehran. Trump was indeed aware. According to people close to the White House, Netanyahu had told him as early as 9th of June, when Trump and Netanyahu spoke to each other on the phone. This was 4 days before the actual attack on Iran. Both Netanyahu and Trump in that phone conversation reportedly had heated arguments. That's because Netanyahu was adamant on launching military strikes on Iran, but Trump wanted to give diplomacy a chance. He was also mindful of the fact that any reckless action by warmonger and genocidal maniac Netanyahu could potentially drag the US into a war that Trump was averse to. Trump is a businessman, and you can't become a successful businessman if you let some genocidal maniacs come in your way. I know there have been plenty of conversations claiming that Netanyahu was blackmailing Trump using Epstein files. Others argued that Israelis were good at causing false flags, as Netanyahu kept repeating through his public utterances. This war criminal kept reminding Trump about the assassination attempts on him in the past. Of course, Netanyahu linked those attacks to Iran, but many believed that this was to constantly remind Trump about his personal high stakes involved in the ongoing conflict.
These people who chant death to America, try to assassinate President Trump twice, killed 241 of your Marines in Beirut, killed and injured thousands of American soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq, try to bomb a restaurant in Washington, D.C., chant death to America, burn the American flag. Do you want these people to have nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to your cities? Of course not.
Yeah.
So we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending the world.
I want to talk about the nuclear threat, and I want to talk about President Trump. You just said Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one.
So Trump had to cautiously tread here, particularly after Netanyahu went ahead to attack Iran in defiance of his allies and international law. While Trump and his administration kept repeating that there was no US involvement, they didn't criticize Israel. However, when Iran began to shock Israel by targeting and destroying its key strategic interests, such as the Mossad headquarters, Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, Haifa Power Plant, Haifa Port, Haifa Refinery, Ashdod Port, Ashdod Power Plant and its refinery, Netanyahu realized the grave miscalculation on his part. So, what does he do? He began to appear on US TV networks to make desperate pleas to Trump, pleading him to come to his rescue. Even the UK, which had sent RAF jets to defend Israel against Iran last year, chose to remain a mute spectator. In fact, the fear on the face of the UK ambassador to the UN was palpable when she said this.
The UK did not participate in this action. And let me say clearly and unequivocally that Russia's claim that British sovereign bases on the island of Cyprus were in any way involved is nonsense. It is deeply irresponsible at moments like this for Russia to be spreading disinformation.
As the Iranian pounding of Israeli cities gained momentum, Israelis began to flee their settler colony. The US still didn't condemn Iran and remained a bystander. Then came this news of a shouting match between far-right US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and Netanyahu. Huckabee wanted Americans living in the stolen land to escape as soon as possible. But Netanyahu was against the idea, hoping that the US would be forced to get involved if Iranian missiles killed dual US nationals. The continuous Iranian retaliatory attacks were beginning to cripple the Israeli economy. Since October 2023, there was already a 7-fold rise in money transfers from Israel to other countries, with around 5.6 billion moved out of Israel. This has increased exponentially since Iran began to pound Israeli cities with ballistic and hypersonic missiles. Netanyahu wanted the US to be involved by hook or by crook and began to exert pressure on Trump through AIPAC channel. Listen to Thomas Massey, a lawmaker from Trump's own Republican Party. He said this on an American TV network.
What he promised us was we would put America first. And I think there are still voices in this administration. You've still got J.D. Vance. You've still got Tulsi Gabbard. You still, RFK Jr., you still got calmer heads that could prevail.
They were not persuasive in this case, clearly.
Well, somebody was persuasive. AIPAC is very persuasive. For instance, the Israeli lobby in Congress. If you look at my colleagues' feeds now, they all look the same. They're all tweeting the same message that we've got to support Israel and we've got to do this.
Meanwhile, voices within the Republican Party and Trump's MAGA support base began to become louder against any U.S. involvement. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, former chief strategist of Trump, Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and many more prominent Republican names publicly expressed their opposition to the U.S. involvement.
I don't think we should be fighting wars on behalf of Israel, and many Americans agree with that.
But they're lying about him. He sincerely, even now, he sincerely believes, whether he's right or not, I can't say, but that this could be a predicate to a peace deal, what we're seeing now. He really thinks that and wants that, and the other side is just like, no, a peace deal is immoral.
It's the other side, but the other side also has the apparatus here. This is what happened
in the
Ukraine,
U.S.
when Ukraine attacked.
Yes.
When Ukraine attacked, we still haven't asked Ratcliffe. Was the CIA involved? There's zero probability Ukraine could attack that deep into Russia without some involvement. Here, the exact same thing. Why was Tulsi Gabbard not invited to the Camp David meeting all day?
You know why.
Why Tulsi Gabbard still to the American public has said the last public statement is that the program was not back up and running, and now we have from Bibi by himself on Fox by Brent Baer that the thing was 12 to 13 months away. It wasn't this weekend.
The question is, do they support America getting offensively involved in this war? And I can say definitively, especially with younger Trump supporters, the answer is no. They want to have Israel fight Israel's war.
Now Trump had to strike a balance between not alienating his support base and keeping Netanyahu happy so that he doesn't invite too much trouble for him. Remember, Netanyahu has Mossad, one of the deadliest spy agencies in the world. Trump also had additional problems. Many of his own national security team members didn't want the US to get embroiled into an illegal war that Israel had started. Vice President J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard were amongst them. Tulsi had told the US Congress as recent as March this year that Iran was not pursuing weaponized nuclear program. What J.D. Vance thought of Trump's action was evident from his expression during the US president's address to the nation.
He carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
So Trump decided to send US bombers to hit Iranian nuclear facilities, but he reportedly gave advance notice to Iran so that all enriched uranium could be moved out in time. And as it emerged, B-2 stealth bombers didn't even hit the Fordow nuclear facility. It's not clear if this was designed to not hit or the facility was simply buried too deep, therefore beyond the reach of the US bombers. Iran then returned the favor by informing the US about its intention to fire missiles at the US base in Qatar. It turned out to be performative rather than being of any consequence. Trump thanked Iran for early notice and then announced that this was a good time for both Iran and Israel to end hostilities. It's clear. At the end of the day, Trump is a businessman. He is no messiah of peace or ambassador for humanity. He is your friend as long as your action doesn't cost him or his country economically. He is indifferent to Gaza because Netanyahu's genocidal campaign in Gaza is not hurting the US economy. A prolonged war in the Middle East, on the other hand, with the US involvement, would have spelled disaster for both the US and the world economy. As for Iran, true that it lost many top military personnel and scientists in this limited conflict, but it also inflicted far more damage to Israel by hurting its economic and military interests. Israel's airspace continues to remain shut, stock exchange paralyzed. All three ports, namely Eilat, Haifa, and now Ashdod, defunct. Residents fleeing in hordes to their chosen countries, and the damage to the confidence in the business community about their future in this settler colony built on the stolen land of Palestinians. What Iranians did in this conflict was to successfully demonstrate that Israel was a sitting duck in the absence of help from its Western backers. Its much publicized air defense system turned out to be a joke. If Iran could achieve this without any air power by simply relying on its missile program, imagine what it could do if it had some supremacy in the air, a functioning air defense system, and professional intelligence network. No wonder social media users are now shaming the slave Arab rulers to learn from Iran and grow some spine against the tyrannical regime of Israel. That's it from me. Thank you very much for your support of this platform and our
Hi, Nima. Thank you very much for inviting me.
I want to start with the ceasefire, something somehow surprising. And what has happened? Is there any ceasefire between Iran and Israel as we talk?
Well, my understanding, and it's still very early, and I heard it in the news like everyone else. It seems that at this point, it is just a cessation of hostilities. There's no agreement on anything. And the Iranians have said that if the Israelis carry out strikes on Iran, we will renew the conflict and we will start firing missiles at the regime. Now, apparently, a missile struck Israel, the regime, after the ceasefire, and they dropped something on a field of, I don't know, grass or somewhere symbolic. They didn't do anything in particular. I don't know if there will be an Iranian response or not because they didn't do anything. But the fact is that the Israeli regime carried out an act of war. They initiated war. It was a blitzkrieg. They murdered people as they were with friends and family. It was the night of Eid and celebration. And they destroyed some of the Iranian air defense systems and radars during the first few hours. And so since a lot of the senior commanders, 6, 7 senior commanders, I don't remember the exact number, they were martyred, it took time for the Iranians to regroup. But after a few hours, Iran began to fire its missiles, and then it began to regroup and begin the fight. And progressively, things got worse for the regime. And that's why Netanyahu was basically begging for Trump to get involved, and Trump carried out his own act of war. Again, we have to remember that all of this was happening as Iran was negotiating. But Trump was lying. He was dishonest. He was deceitful. He was plotting against Iran as he was negotiating. And it now turns out that it's not just that he was plotting since almost possibly the beginning of the negotiations. But apparently this attack has been planned from previous administrations for over a decade now. But I'm sure we'll get more information about that in the future. So after the U.S. strike, which is a different issue we can cover, Netanyahu he began to beg for a ceasefire. And the Iranians continued it until this morning. And while Iran has been hurt, there's no doubt about that. After all, again, it was a sudden attack. It was a blitzkrieg attack like Nazi Germany. And some of Iran's important radar assets and air defense assets were damaged and destroyed during those first hours. But Iran regrouped. It hit hard. It wasn't Iran that asked for a ceasefire. It was the Israeli regime. And Iran continued. And ultimately, during the last 2-3 hours before the ceasefire or the cessation of hostilities took effect, the Iranians were hammering different parts of the Israeli regime from north to south to send a message that we can continue with this. I would say that this is a win for Iran. Now, it wasn't a decisive defeat for the regime where it comes to the edge of collapse or anything like that. But it was a win for Iran. And the biggest loser of all, I think, is Netanyahu personally, because he showed that the Israeli regime is not invincible. This is the first time that the regime is being hit day and night, every single day, by missiles, heavy missiles. Iranian missiles are much more devastating than Israeli missiles. Israeli missiles have small warheads, they're fired from aircraft. The Iranian missiles have huge payloads. So every time an Iranian missile strikes, it causes enormous damage. And of course, the cost of the Israeli air defense system, as your viewers know, is enormous itself. So every time Iran fires a drone, and Iran has been firing hundreds, I think probably maybe 1,000 drones, I don't know, we'll have to see the numbers. They'll probably come out ultimately. And many of them have been hitting their targets, but they've not been the focus because the missiles have such more, they have much bigger impact. So the Israelis have been spending huge amounts of money to block drones and missiles. So even if they hit the drone, they're paying 15, 20 times as much as the Iranians have. In fact, many of these drones, not all, I don't know the percentage, but many of these drones and many of these missiles are very old. And so they were in stock, and the Iranians have been getting rid of them. Again, I'm not saying that the Iranians weren't hurt. The Israelis killed lots of people. They killed lots of women and children. Last night, they bombed the hospital not far from here. I think I would say it's an hour's distance walk. And outside of Tehran, they bombed a building in a city in the north, and they wiped out 2 families in that apartment building, in that building, and they've been hitting different areas. It's been largely targeting civilians, especially during the previous night. But throughout, it's mostly been civilians. In some cases, they struck buildings that belong to the armed forces, but most of them were already empty. From day one, everything has been emptied. I remember when I was at Press TV during the interviews, during the first couple of days, they had evacuated everyone from the building. But as I was doing the interviews, there was always a couple of people in the building taking out all of the sensitive electronic equipment that's expensive. So that's what was happening across Tehran and elsewhere, and especially in key and sensitive sites. So most of the casualties as a result were civilian, and a lot of the government buildings or military buildings that were hit were largely empty. They murdered a senior government official who worked for the Ministry of Energy. She was the head of statistics for Iran's electrical power plants. They struck their building, again, a civilian, and murdered her. But that's just how the Israeli regime works. They don't care about people. They have no red lines. They don't consider non-Zionists to be human. We are all considered to be subhuman. And of course, the West is the same. Western elites consider us to be subhuman. That's why they support the Israelis throughout the genocide in Gaza, the Holocaust there, the genocidal strikes in Lebanon, and of course, the attacks on Iran. One advantage that this war had although Iran's nuclear infrastructure was damaged, no doubt about it. But first of all, Iran has many scientists. Natanz is easily, can easily be built. It's not that difficult. Fordow was never a priority for Iran. Natanz was never a priority because Fordow was well protected. We have to see how badly Fordow was damaged. But it is clear that Iran took out its key assets from all of these installations before they were struck. And in the case when the Americans struck, I think, and I don't know, I really don't know, I don't have inside information, but it seems that the Americans told the Iranians beforehand, and the Iranians emptied many things, just like the Iranians warned beforehand when they struck Qatar and the American CENTCOM center there.
You mentioned the objectives of Israeli attack. You said that Iran won because of those objectives. One of the objectives was, I think the main objective was to do so-called regime change in Iran. And how did that work for the Netanyahu administration, for Israelis who were somehow hoping by these people outside Iran, Iranian people who are participating, collaborating with them?
Well, yes, of course. The issue has never been the nuclear program. And I've said this many times before. It's never been human rights. It's never been animal rights. It's never been global warming. It's never been terrorism and all the things that they use to sanction Iran and to harm Iran. That's not been the point. For 40 some years, the issue has been regime change. It has been undermining Iran and the Islamic Republic of Iran, because Iran is fiercely independent, unlike other countries across the region. But in this case, just as important, Iran is the supporter of the Palestinian cause. And that is what makes the West so outraged and angry and intolerant of Iran. So that has always been the objective. And the Israeli regime miscalculated. We discussed this earlier. Iranian society has always viewed the Islamic Republic as legitimate, the legitimate state in Iran, whether the West likes it or not. People may be dissatisfied. Of course they are. They're always dissatisfied. Iranians in general, as you know, are people who, we are usually dissatisfied. If we sit together among friends, we never say anything positive about a government, any government, or about the metro or airlines or anything, or prices. That's just how we are. And of course, under sanctions, the maximum pressure sanctions that we've had for years, a part of Iran's sacrifice for being independent and supporting Palestine, it's been more difficult. But as I said, the legitimacy of the state in Iran is high. But what the Israelis actually did, and what the Americans did, is that they strengthened the state, because that segment of Iranian society that would consider itself to be Western oriented, or maybe they don't consider themselves to be Western oriented, but I would say they're Western oriented, especially among the middle class parts, large parts of the middle class, not all of them, large parts of them, and the upper middle class, not all of them, but again, a large segment of them. Their worldview has been devastated because they've seen the United States show deceit, and they've seen that Iran was negotiating, and then the Americans betrayed Iran and were deceitful and dishonest. And that wasn't just Trump. When he initiated the conflict against Iran or supported it, we saw the liberal media in the West support him. CNN and Fox News played the same role. Breitbart and the New York Times played the same role. One may use more bombastic language, and the other may be more, a bit more sophisticated in its propaganda. But young Iranians, educated Iranians who thought differently for whatever reason, confronted reality. So I think the West has done itself a lot. It has damaged itself among this class of Iranians. Also, I would say that this has created a permanent mistrust in Iran. among the government and among elites towards the West. And it will quicken Iran's move towards the global South and towards BRICS and towards Asian powers to cooperate with them. It's going to make it much more difficult ever to work with Western countries anytime in the future because the West supported the aggression. The Europeans supported airstrikes. And when Israel carried out an unprovoked assault, they called it an act of defense. So, people in Iran, elites in Iran, see that. And also one thing, Nima, one advantage that this has, it's war. A lot of damage was done, obviously. Although, again, Iranian missiles are much more devastating than the Israeli missiles. The Israeli missiles, their payload is much smaller. But one advantage that this has for the Iranian government as a card to play with is Iran's relationship with the International Atomic Energy Agency. In future, Iran is not going to give them that sort of access that they would have in the past, if any. And there's a debate in Iran about leaving the NPT, not producing a nuclear weapon, but just leaving so that the West would no longer know what's happening, so that the International Atomic Energy Agency would no longer pass on information to Israel to assassinate people, to bomb targets. So it's going to make, ironically, it's going to make things more difficult for the United States and the West.
You mean that Iran is concerned about the lives of its scientists? That's why they're not going to communicate the way that they did before, or it's only about the mistrust between the two parties?
Well, the two are interrelated completely. Iran does not trust the International Atomic Energy Agency because Iran knows that they passed on information that led to the assassination of Iranian scientists. And Iran knows that it passes on information to the West and to the Israeli regime so that it can carry out attacks. And it knows that the International Atomic Energy Agency does not work with Iran in good faith. And that no matter what Iran does to prove that it's not pursuing nuclear weapons, the agency, since it's controlled by the West and the board of directors has the majority of them, of the members are in the Western camp, even though they're a small part of the international community. The Iranians know that working with them is next to to resolve issues. It's next to impossible. So the relationship with the IAEA is going to change. What this war did, Nima, is that it united Iranian society in an unprecedented way since Saddam Hussein invaded. The only thing that I'm just guessing, but from what I can see so far, the only segment of society that is dissatisfied now are those who said we should have continued the war. Everyone else says that Iran has every right to fight and that Iran is in the right and the West is aggressive and they murdered people and they're dishonest and deceitful and they don't work in good faith. That is the consensus now anyway. Those who are unhappy say we should have continued to hammer the Israeli regime, which is a legitimate argument. I'm not saying that they have no argument to make. However, I think the calculation in Iran is that they want to keep global public opinion, not just in the region, but across the globe, and meaning including governments, on their side. Because there's been a sea change in public opinion about Palestine, about Iran, about the resistance over the past 21 months. But over the past 11, 12 days, it has increased, this shift. And Russia, China, and other BRICS nations have tilted closer to Iran. And Iran sees this as detrimental to the Israeli regime. And so since Netanyahu was the side who was begging for a ceasefire, and the Iranians did not want to expand the war because it would create a global economic catastrophe, the Iranians calculated, rightly or wrongly, that now would be the time to end the war so that there would be less suffering among ordinary Iranians because the Israelis bomb ordinary people. Most of the people who died are ordinary people. And so that the global South will see Iran as the responsible actor and they'll continue to view the Israeli regime as the aggressor. Now, I think the most important thing that happens here is that Netanyahu is severely weak. And I think there will be implications inside Israeli society. So he will, of course, try to spin it in a way to make it look as if he's won. But I think it's clear that Israel has shown itself no longer to be invincible. Iran, every single day, hammered the regime. And the final hours, it was Iran that was hitting the regime left and right until the end, the cessation of hostilities. So that, the Israeli regime has lost faith. The image has been destroyed along with the West because of the genocide in Gaza and the genocidal attacks on Lebanon. And in the case of Iran, it was also seen as aggressive and attacking civilian nuclear assets. The world condemned it. Forget the West. The world condemned it, but the majority. But I think that in addition to all that, the Israeli regime has been seen as militarily very vulnerable. It could bomb Iran, and part of it was because, as I said, it was a sudden attack, and they took out some of Iran's air defense and air defense radar and air defense capabilities. But it was being hit very hard, and I think that is something new for the regime. Very new for the regime, unprecedented.
You mentioned the situation in Israel. I think the outcome of this conflict, this war between Iran and Israel, would bring huge repercussions within the society in Israel against Netanyahu. That would make the situation even more dangerous, because when we see the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, many people are arguing Israel may do the same with Iran. If Israel goes to the same direction as they did with Hezbollah, as they're doing right now with Hezbollah, with Lebanon, what would be the reaction from Iran?
Immediate retaliation. And Nima, have no doubt, as we speak, the military is already preparing itself. As we speak, have no doubt that within days, within hours, within days, within weeks, they're going to be working day and night to fix their radar systems, to put new radar systems in place, to complete radar systems and surface-to-air missile systems that they were building, because Iran builds both radar and surface-to-air missiles. It will be seeking, I'm sure, technology and capabilities from countries that are friendly, which I'm sure, because of what happened over the last 11, 12 days, it's clear. It's clear that they tilted more towards Iran. All of that, I think, is very clear. So Iran is preparing itself. And no, if the Israelis do anything, Iran will go after them. And I don't want to go into detail, and I don't know everything, but there are certain things that Iran has to fix. It has to learn from its experience over the last couple of weeks. And I think once they've dealt with their deficiencies and they've dealt with their shortcomings, next time around, it will be a lot worse for the Israeli regime. Remember, Iran's, and this is something everyone has to keep in mind, Iran's underground bases, its underground missile and drone bases, are untouched. Untouched. None of them, not a single one of them has been destroyed. Now, the problem that Iran had was the Israelis were able to go and strike the entrance points of these bases, not destroy them. But then the Iranians would have to open, just like in what the Americans would do in Yemen, right? They'd strike the entry points of the bases, and then they'd have to reopen them again. So the Israelis were constantly doing that. But that is something that can be resolved. And again, this happened because of the sudden nature of the attack. But there are ways in which Iran can be able to protect itself against Israeli regime aggression in the future and be much more effective in hitting back. So the advantage lies with Iran. And what Iran is betting on, again, I'm speculating here, but what Iran is betting on is that Netanyahu was begging for this ceasefire. And it came out that he was begging for this ceasefire. It came to the public, it became public knowledge before the actual ceasefire. And when Iran hammered the regime during the last couple of hours, that hurt him. And I think what Iran is betting on is for Netanyahu, for this to create deeper divisions inside Israel. And for those divisions to become critical and to push, and hopefully to push Israel towards some sort of internal crisis. But remember, Iran is not Hezbollah. Hezbollah is not the government in Lebanon. If Hezbollah was the government, it would be able to hit the Israelis back much harder. But Lebanon is a society where the Americans and the Europeans have much influence, and they have many people on the payroll. And so while the majority of Lebanese support Hezbollah according to the recent elections and polls, but a strong minority is clearly in the American camp, and in a segment of that minority is in the Israeli camp, the fascists and like the people in the Lebanese forces. So, and they are, based on the Constitution, they have a disproportionate amount of power in Lebanon. And of course, you have all the Western embassies and NGOs. So Hezbollah is not Iran. It has to, it's not Yemen, where Yemen controls, Ansarullah and its allies control the government. Hezbollah doesn't have that status in Lebanon. If it did, it would be able to create much greater harm to the Israelis at much less cost. Sort of like in Gaza, even though Gaza is smaller, but since it's entirely controlled by the resistance, stabbing it in the back, undermining it is much more difficult from the inside.
What Israeli Channel 12 reported that Iran has not used any of these cruise missiles, advanced cruise missiles during the fight. That shows that they didn't feel the necessity of using them. And do you think that if Israel starts again attacking Iran, that would come to the mind of the Iranian army to attack Israel with cruise missiles, or it's going to be off the table unless the United States tries to escalate the situation?
It's not just cruise missiles. It's also ballistic missiles. It's drones. Iran hasn't used some of its key assets because it doesn't want the Israelis to know how to deal with them. So it has a diverse set of missiles and drones to use against the Israeli regime, and it tries not to use everything so that it can remain an unknown for future. And again, the vast majority of Iranian missiles have not been used. They've been untouched. Iran, and for example, they spoke about destroying launchers. First of all, a lot of those images of launchers were just decoys and missiles. And you saw there was no secondary explosions. The same is true with radar and so on. But Iran has thousands of launchers. Iran doesn't, like the Israelis were saying they have 300 or something. They have thousands of launchers. Even if you look at just one or two of the bases when they're opened up, for when they were first opened up, and we saw footage of them, we saw just from that footage in each case, tens, if not almost 100 launchers just in a single base, in the parts that we saw. So Iran doesn't have a shortage of anything. What it has to do, I think, is that it has to strengthen its air defense systems, strengthen its capabilities for drones. And that is more than doable because Iran has developed air defense systems itself. It has good technology, and it has very good relations with countries that are very advanced in this regard. So I think it's going to be a top priority. The Israelis are in trouble. And the Iranians, I think they came out on top. Again, the only segment of Iranian society that I've seen that is unhappy are those who said, let's keep fighting.
Yeah.
But I think the argument in Iran goes that, if we keep fighting, ultimately it's going to end with a ceasefire. And it's going to end with a crisis at home for Netanyahu, and it's going to end with more Iranians, civilians being killed. If Iran feels that it had the upper hand, despite the blitzkrieg, despite the betrayal of the regime in Washington, then why not have this ceasefire sooner rather than later? I would understand if, for example, if Iran had a ceasefire before, like on day 3 or day 4 or day 5, I would say, no, that's not right. Because the Israelis they still had the advantage, and the Iranians were, regrouping, and they were beginning to, they restored the balance, but they were still, hurt from day one because what happened on day one. But now I think it would just be, we would keep striking them. They would keep striking us. We would keep striking them. It would not be good for them. But at the end, it would end in the ceasefire. And the same sort of situation that Netanyahu is going to be experiencing in the days and weeks ahead would be experienced with a greater delay. I think that's the calculation.
Yeah. Donald Trump doesn't agree with some parts of the mainstream media that they're talking about that the American attack on Iran was not successful the way that Donald Trump is trying to picture it. What has happened during the American attack in Iran? What is the picture? What is the evaluation, assessment, current assessment of the Iranian authorities?
I don't pretend to know, because obviously that would be secret. The important one is Fordow. Esfahan is easily replaced. It's not something huge, and it's not something difficult for Iran to do. Natanz was less well protected anyway, but Iran removed its assets from Natanz, and from what seems to be the case is that the United States informed Iran beforehand, and Iran removed assets from Fordow. So the most important thing about Fordow is the scientists, and overwhelmingly they're alive. A few scientists were murdered along with their families and neighbors and children and friends, but overwhelmingly they're alive. So they're the most important thing. The second most important thing is the equipment. Iran has that, and Iran, what made Fordow and everything else, there are factories across the country that do that. So Iran has this broad infrastructure across the country. So this is not irreplaceable, and the assets apparently were removed. I don't know secrets. I don't know what happened in Fordow. I know that many Americans are now saying that there wasn't damage, and Trump is saying that it was totally destroyed. I don't know. I don't think it was totally destroyed, but it's based on the guess, and it's based on things that people have said to me who I'm not entirely sure they know. But there are people who don't talk nonsense in general, but that doesn't mean that they're right. So I don't know what happened in Fordow, but there was, without a doubt, damage. There was damage to Iran's radars, there was damage to Iran's air defenses, there was damage to civil society, there was people killed, there was damage to people's homes, to hospitals, to the Red Crescent Society, and to the nuclear program. But a couple of things come out of this. One is that Iran has a stronger hand in dealing with the International Atomic Energy Agency because it betrayed Iran. And that strengthens Iran's nuclear program in its own way, in the long run. Two, that segment of Iranian society that thought that the West was friendly and that the problem is ours, liberals, parts of the upper middle class, the upper class, their worldview has been shattered, and they see the West, the United States, for what it is, especially since it betrayed Iran at the negotiating table. And the U.S. struck Iran right after Iran negotiated with the European three. So with regards to public perceptions, things are not good for the West. And I think it's going to increase or strengthen the narrative in Iran, or the argument, I should say, the argument in Iran for improving relations with the global South. And I think the current administration, is also looking in that direction, that we should focus more on the global South rather than rapprochement with the West. So that, these are serious things that will have an impact in the days ahead. Again, the dissatisfaction that exists is among those who say we should have continued. And I know some of Iran's supporters abroad are saying, no, Iran should have done more. The government has to calculate a number of things. One is, it has to calculate, is it worth having all these people killed? What do you get out of having more civilians murdered by the Israeli regime? Do you get more leverage? Is it going to change the situation in the Israeli regime? And two, Iran has to look in the long run that it wants to consolidate its position and the position of the resistance in the global South. Because in the long run, Israel is not going to be defeated by armed forces. It's not going to be overrun. That's never been the plan. The plan has always been to degrade it until it finally becomes unsustainable. That's how it's always been. There's never been anything other, and that is what the resistance has done in this 2021 months. They keep saying Hezbollah has been weakened. Hezbollah also weakened Israel. Hamas has been weakened. Hamas has weakened Israel. Islamic Jihad has been weakened. Islamic Jihad has weakened Israel. Ansar Allah has weakened Israel, and Iran has, more than anyone else, weakened Israel. So Israel is much weaker than before. It is despised across the world, and that is going down the right path. But if Iran wants to, in the long run, outmaneuver the regime, to defeat the regime, it wants to have friends across the world, people, public opinion, which is now with Iran. People see Iran as the hope and the resistance as the hope. But also Iran wants governments to be on its side, because that strengthens the resistance. So Iran has to show the international community, the global South, that we're not just out there to kill, or we're not just out there to create some sort of regional war and economic crisis. We are the sane actors. We are the reasonable actors. They are insane. They are unreasonable. They are dangerous. They target civilian nuclear programs. And I think that has been a success. Yes, I would love it if Iran could keep hammering the Israeli regime without having anyone killed, and with the whole international community cheering on. But Iran has many calculations, and based on those calculations, it said that, okay, now is the time. Netanyahu is begging. Let him now pay the political price at home. So let's see how it plays out inside the regime.
Last night, Iran attacked the U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq. And what was the main goal of attacking? Just showing the United States that if you attack us again, we're going to attack you? Or Iran was sending some sort of messages to the Arab states in the Gulf region, in the Persian Gulf region, to not participate, to not collaborate if something happens in the future, considering the conflict?
Well, Iraq is complicated, and I don't want to get into Iraq because I haven't really been following it closely, but I think the Israelis have been bombing Iraq yesterday, and they were bombing civilian radar installations and so on, because they were claiming that I think that they were assuming that they were helping Iran. I'm not quite sure, so I have to look into that and then get back to Iraq. But in the case of Qatar, the attack, of course, was intended to send a message. Iran could have hit back much harder, but Iran chose not to do so, because what Iran wanted to say is that, look, the United States we can hit the United States. Trump says, don't touch us. Iran touched them. And Trump didn't do anything in return. Some would say, well, you should have fired 500 missiles. Yes, maybe, we could do that. But the focus is on Israel. And Israel would love to see a war between Iran and the United States, because that would ease the burden on the Israeli regime. And if there is a war between Iran and the United States and there's a global economic crisis, then the international community will look at our region differently. We want the focus to be on American aggression. We want it to be focused on Israeli illegitimacy. So Iran hit back at the Americans to send a message, which I think was impressive. You're hitting Israel, the Israeli regime, simultaneously as the Americans, and you're also sending a message to these despotic regimes that do nothing for the Palestinians. Qatar is no friend of the Palestinians. Nor is the Emirates. These regimes are in the American camp. Anyone who thinks otherwise is just deceiving themselves. And of course, there are lots of people on the payroll. 21 months, we've seen nothing from any of these countries. The Republic of Azerbaijan in bed with the Israeli regime. Erdogan in bed with the Israeli regime. Qatar, Emirates, Jordan, all of them are in bed with the Israeli regime. There's no doubt about it. So, if people want to direct their anger, they should direct them at those who are in bed with the Israeli regime. I think what Iran did was impressive, but it's in the interest of the Israeli regime for Iran to get into a war with the United States. That's what they want. So why should we do what they want? The Americans don't want it because it would be destructive for them. So why should we let the Israeli regime get away with it, start a different war? Iran is prepared for a war with the United States. Iran is prepared to take out the Persian Gulf, all its assets. But that's the last case scenario. Your own viewers, if that happens, they will not have jobs. They will not have internet. Our world tomorrow will not be the world that we are living in right now. That's a heavy price to pay for everyone. So if the Israelis want it, then I think people should assume that we should be careful not to do what the Israeli regime wants.
And the outcome of the conflict between Iran and Israel, Iran on one side, Israel and the United States on the other side, how is that going to influence the relationship between Iran and the Arab states?
Well, Iran has been careful not, when I'm critical, as you know, of all these regimes, but I'm not in government. And that's why I feel free to say these things. And sometimes politicians in Iran or foreign ministry people, they used to come and say, why did you say this? Or why did you tweet that? And I said, look, I'm not in government. And I think they've come to recognize that there should be, there should be a difference between what someone like myself or others say and what the government says. The government continues to pursue good ties, and Iran will continue to try to cultivate better ties with its neighbors. That goes without saying. What I'm saying is to your audience that those who think that Qatar through Al Jazeera is doing a service, Qatar is doing CENTCOM in Qatar is there to protect Israel. That's it. It's for Israel. Who's paying for that base? Qatar is. Qatar is not just given that land. They pay for the U.S. occupation of that land. All of it. So if it costs $500 million a year or whatever the price tag is, Qatar is paying for it, not the United States. This is a huge gift. It's a huge gift to the United States, and it's a huge gift to Israel. So, all these countries have American bases. All those bases are basically for the Israeli regime. And but still, Iran as the empire declines and as public opinion is tilting further away from Israel, and as BRICS countries are on the rise, many of these countries in the Persian Gulf may feel pressure to change policies slightly, subtly. They may not. But in any case, Iran wants to use whatever opportunity that is possible to create a wedge between the Israeli regime and whoever else it can in the region and beyond.
We know that Iran was participating in military exercises with Russia and China since 2014. How the way that the United States behaved during this conflict, attacked Iran, something surprising, something new that wasn't there before. How is that going to influence the Iran's future strategy in terms of, because Vladimir Putin in St. Petersburg International Economic Forum said that the Iranians said we don't need any weapon from Russia to come to Iran. And how is that going to change? Is that going to change the attitude on the part of the Iranian government, the way that they see the future and the conflict as time goes by?
Well, I don't want to comment on public comments from Russia. But all I can say is that the relationship between Iran, Russia, and China is very good, and that both of them have condemned the Israeli regime, and both of them have excellent relations with Iran, and both of them will continue to have excellent relations with Iran. And I think for certain, after what has happened in Gaza and what has happened with the Israeli and American aggression against Iran, the relationship between these countries will move closer. But the military relationship between Iran and Russia exists. I have to check the wording of President Putin. Maybe he's speaking about like some particular date or some particular point in time, like right now. But it's clear that Iran and Russian military ties are they're very much an important part of the relationship, and they are ongoing. So, what exactly he meant, we'd have to go and see what his wording is, because he may be saying it in a specific way to be vague. But Iran helps Russia, and Russia helps Iran, and I don't see that is continuing in the future.
Here is what Donald Trump tweeted: Iran will never rebuild their nuclear facilities. How he's so certain about it? Where does it come from, in your opinion?
Iran will never rebuild it?
Yeah.
Well, Trump says, something every day. Trump said he was against the war, and the next day he was gloating about supporting the Israelis and being behind it. Nothing that Trump says we should take at face value. He wakes up in the morning, says something. He's a serial liar. He's dishonest and politically. He's deceitful. He's deceitful. So anything that he says really doesn't matter. And if President Putin says something, you have to check the wording. But if Trump says something, you don't even know if he was, what he was up to that morning or what had happened that afternoon. So I wouldn't take that seriously. He said, he spoke about many things when it comes to Iran, and many things when it comes to China, and many things when it comes to Russia and others. But he couldn't achieve them. Iran will continue to develop its nuclear program. The empire is weakening. Israel has faced a severe defeat. Netanyahu, in particular, has suffered a major defeat. Time is on Iran's side, and Iran will continue to take advantage of this fact that time is on its side.
Before wrapping up,
and on the side of the resistance, because the world is changing.
One of the main problems with the Israeli attack on Iran was the counterintelligence that Israelis were preparing for this attack for, as you've mentioned, for a decade. What is the plan on the part of the Iranian intelligence, Iranian army, Iranian society to go against these sort of activities to not happen in the future?
Well, that is another thing. Just as I said, that Iran is going to deal with its military shortcomings to be able to better deal with any threat by the Israeli regime or the United States in future. The Israelis really, went all out in all of their assets in Iran. Many of them were, of course, Iran has millions of illegal and legal migrants in the country. They have, illegal or unregistered, whatever term you'd like to use. But they use a lot of these people, poor people. Some of them have tendencies towards ISIS and Al Qaeda and Takfiri ideology. So they did use a disproportionate number of these sort of people, the takfiri sort, in the drone attacks and so on. So Iran is going to deal with that. But a lot of the cells have been exposed. A lot of people have been arrested, and I think this is something that the Israeli regime will not be able to do so easily anymore, because it's been going all out in using its assets, and one by one they've been discovered, mostly by the public. So this is also something that is not going to go well for the Israeli regime, because the Iranians are going to continue to focus on this issue, decrease its vulnerabilities, both with air defenses, but also with terrorists and Israeli assets. And so I think in future, if there is some sort of conflict, Iran will have a stronger hand.
Thank you so much, Professor Marandi, for being with us today. Great pleasure, as always.
Thank you, Nima. Always a pleasure. Always an honor. Have a very good day.
Thank you.
Retaliated against the illegal act of war launched against them by the United States. The U.S. bombing and striking with missiles Iranian nuclear facilities across the country. The retaliation was very measured and calculated. There's a Reuters article regarding it. Iran fires missiles at U.S. base in Qatar. Trump calls for peace. Iran's missile attack on U.S. base in Qatar causes no injuries. Trump praises Iran's advance notice, urges peace with Israel. After this retaliation, President Trump announced on his social media platform, truthsocial.com, that he has organized a ceasefire. Congratulations to everyone. Has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. And then he has this incoherent timeline that it's supposed to unfold along. And down here, he's talking about how he bombed his way to peace in a war that the United States itself engineered, provoked, and has been waging ever since. Now, I have composed a thread, as they are called, on X, formerly Twitter. It is a series of posts regarding this supposed ceasefire. I'm going to read through that and add additional information when and if necessary. This is it here. I will put the link to it in the video description below. It is currently pinned at the top of my X timeline as of June 24th, 2025. Claims of US-Israel-Iran ceasefire. And remember, this is not a war between Israel and Iran. This is a war between the US and Iran. The US has been fighting through Israel and now is directly fighting against Iran. You say, Brian, directly fighting against Iran? There's a ceasefire. Let us go through the post. After repeatedly lying to Iran, attacking it amid negotiations designed specifically to lure it into complacency, then announcing a 2-week deadline to decide on strikes on Iran that took place hours later, US President Trump is claiming a ceasefire was agreed to. Iran would need to be beyond naive to accept or trust any word or action by the US. The US has not spent decades trying to topple Iran amid its regional murder spree to suddenly abandon it. Its entire global aspirations, US global aspirations, hinge on removing Iran before pivoting all the way to China in the Asia-Pacific region and then circling back to its proxy war against Russia being fought through Ukraine. It's called a division of labor and also strategic sequencing. I have shown you the policy papers stretching back years and having been written as recently as just a last year, just before President Trump came into office. And you can see, upon knowing this strategy, how the Biden administration set the stage very deliberately for President Trump's administration to carry all of this out. The United States has used Israel as a conduit to launder its war crimes and provocations through, and it will continue to do so. To effect regime change, the U.S. would benefit most by luring Iranian leaders out of cover and striking them, provoking retaliations and future war. The United States launched a war against Iran through Israel while posing as holding negotiations with Iran. Iran's guard was down, and Israel managed to kill a large number of senior military leaders, political leaders, civilians overseeing civilian infrastructure Israel attacked, as well as Iranian scientists. It was an act of war, an unprovoked act of war, absolutely illegal under international law as per the UN Charter. I continue. Iran requires not a Libya model, which is literally the phrase the US has used, telling Iran what arrangement it must accept. The Libya model means Iran giving up all of its nuclear aspirations so that the US can easily and without any hesitation or fear dismember the Iranian nation state to create a failed state where Iran is currently today, just as the US has done where Libya used to exist in North Africa. Iran requires a North Korea model, or else this process will repeat itself until it concludes in Washington and Wall Street's favor. What is the North Korea model? The North Korea model means creating a military deterrent, either conventional or nuclear, that prevents the United States or any of its proxies from ever striking Iran again. It also includes ironclad alliances with Russia and also China to, again, deter the United States and its proxies from ever striking at Iran again. Anything short of this is going to lead to a repeat of this and the eventual overthrow of the Iranian government, or if the US just overextends itself and its empire completely collapses, one or the other. I would not bet on one over the other. I would prepare for both possibilities. The same experts, this is very important to understand, the same experts who failed to see this war coming in the first place are now citing 5D chess strategies to explain how the Trump administration somehow averted a war entirely of its own creation and design to begin with. The same people who not only couldn't see this whole war coming a few weeks ago, who specifically said people warning about this war were completely wrong, that President Trump is fighting the deep state. He is the peace president. He will not strike Iran. The same people who have been categorically wrong about all of this as it has unfolded, these people are going to now try to explain to us what this ceasefire means. Be very careful about believing these people, trusting these people, listening to these people. Make sure when you're listening to them, you're trying to figure out what the truth is rather than seek someone to tell you what you wish the truth was. The US will only stop when, number one, people stop falling for this through excessive delusion, baseless hope, I would say. And two, the rest of the world unites to force the US to stop. There will be no change from within the United States. It is incumbent upon the multipolar world to create the conditions that constrain US aggression, stop it from interfering in other nations around the world and attacking nations all around the world, either through proxy war or through all-out war, which is what we have just watched the United States conduct over the last week or two. If a genuine ceasefire is actually reached, it will likely have been the work of Russia and China, quietly forcing the US to do so through private but sufficient threats, coupled with a graceful public exit ramp, though the chance of the US honoring it hover around 0%. We have no evidence that this happened. I have no idea if this is true or not, but the only possible way there is a genuine ceasefire in place is if Russia and China drew a red line, convinced the US that they would enforce it, and the US has agreed to accept that red line. That is the only possibility. The US on its own, accepting a genuine ceasefire and peace with Iran, the chances of that is negative 1,000,000%. It just is, it's inconceivable. It is impossible. And again, the only people that will tell you it is possible are the same people who couldn't see this war coming in the first place. Please keep that in mind. Now I continue. This is another part of the thread. Any ceasefire Iran agrees to, not including ironclad security guarantees for Iran, victim of an egregious war of aggression launched in absolute contravention of international law per the UN Charter by 2 nuclear-armed powers and serial offenders of launching wars of aggression in the region. Iran has invaded no nation at all throughout the entire history of the modern state of Iran, not even one nation. The United States and Israel have invaded and destroyed and are illegally occupying multiple nations all across the region. So if Iran agrees, accepts, interprets this as a real ceasefire without these ironclad security guarantees, that is the height of folly, and it will be their own demise. Both the US and its Israeli proxies have pushed past political limits to strike on Iran. It'll be much easier into the future to strike Iran at any time and without warning by either aggressor, even after any ceasefire. This follows the same pattern of extended aggression after the 1990s Desert Storm. This is when the US went to war with Iraq in the 1990s. Upon concluding that military operation, declaring Iraq defeated, the US encircled Iraq militarily and continuously bombed that nation periodically for years and years until they sufficiently set the stage for all-out invasion and regime change in 2003. And Iraq exists as a failed state, destabilized, and still occupied by US troops to this day. That is Iran's fate. That is what they face right now. Likewise, the US partially invaded Syria and bombed it for years while backing militants on the ground to precipitate regime change finally in 2024, just last year under the Biden administration, setting the stage for the Trump administration to provoke this very war. And who could forget when Israel decapitated Hezbollah's leadership in the middle of a ceasefire? Yes, this is a Guardian article from September 2024. And if you come down here, they admit that the attack decapitating Hezbollah's senior leadership came amidst a US and French-led international effort to broker a 3-week ceasefire with Hezbollah. So Israel, a US proxy, armed and enabled to carry out the strike and almost certainly using intelligence provided by the US for the strike, they killed Hezbollah's senior leadership in the middle of a ceasefire organized by the US. Do you spot a pattern? Continuity of agenda. Those claiming Trump is engineering some sort of complex peace suggest, for the first time this century or ever, for that matter, the US is choosing genuine peace over constant war. A war, by the way, the US itself engineered and waged in the first place, and a war these very same people failed to see coming because of their unfounded trust in and their belief that President Trump was the peace president. Okay, just keep in mind, people's track records matter. We are at a critical juncture where people must choose to believe what is true, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you, rather than cling to what they wish was true. And I want to refresh everybody's memory. This goes back to the initial Israeli strike on Iran. We knew everything Trump tells Reuters about Israel's strike on Iran. It admits in the article that, and other articles, that the US provided Israel essential intelligence and logistical support, that without this support, Israel would not have been able to carry out these strikes. This was a strike on Iran organized by the US, carried out through Israel. And then, of course, we know that the US itself then carried out strikes against Iran itself. The perceived limits preventing Israel or the US launching strikes on Iran, that limit is now gone. They can now strike Iran at any time of their choosing. Without warning, they can strike Iran. And so now they're proposing a ceasefire. They're once again luring Iran into a sense of complacency. Their leaders will then begin coming out of wherever they've been hiding from this war of aggression launched against them. And then the US and Israel will kill them. And they will attempt to topple their nation, just as they have done to every other nation in the region that they have targeted throughout the entire 21st century. This is not the exception. This is not some new leaf the US has turned over and now genuinely wants peace. If the US wanted peace, it would propose ironclad security guarantees. It would remove its military from the region. There's no reason for it to be surrounding Iran. There's no reason for it to be in the region at all in the first place. It would cut its significant military support from Israel. Absolutely every aspect of Israeli military power is a product of US money and material support. It would end all of this. And if it's not ending all of this, if it's not even ending any of it, then there is no genuine desire for peace. They are keeping all of the mechanisms in place that allowed them to launch this illegal act of war against Iran in the first place. People need to wake up. This is truly exhausting. Warning about this, showing people the plan written on a public piece of paper for the last 16 years, and people still choosing to ignore it because they would rather place their trust in Trump and refuse to admit they were wrong to do so. This is the Which Path to Persia? Options for a New America Strategy Toward Iran. This was a paper put out by the Brookings Institution all the way back in 2009. This is the plan. This is what the US, from the Bush Jr. administration, throughout the Obama administration, the first Trump administration, 4 years under the
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Yaya's kids for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the little Queen helping keep the lights on in the House of Revolution. Salute.
Biden administration, and now under the current Trump administration, verbatim, this is the plan. This is what they have done. They talk about diplomatic options. I have read from this many times before. They talk about how using negotiations would serve as cover for a strike on Iran. Create a pretext for strikes and serve as cover for those strikes. They also talk about all of the military options, an invasion, airstrikes, which the US has now carried out, and leave it to Bibi, referring to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, allowing or encouraging an Israeli military strike. All of these options have now been exercised. What is left is toppling the Iranian government. They're talking about color revolution. They're talking about armed insurgency, and they're talking about supporting Iranian minority and opposition groups. They're talking about terrorist groups that the U.S. is using, had used to topple the Syrian government and are now going to use to topple the Iranian government, and a coup, supporting a military move against the regime. And that brings me to evidence proudly presented to the global public by the Washington Post. This is part of that process. So even though President Trump says there's a ceasefire, all of the things necessary for this next step toward regime change are being put in place right now as we're talking. So this is from the Washington Post. Israeli warning call to top Iranian general. You have 12 hours to escape. An audio recording obtained by the Washington Post is a window into the covert campaign by Israeli intelligence to intimidate and divide Iranian military officials. This is what you do when you're trying to achieve regime change. The United States has done this in every single nation in the region. The US has targeted and toppled from the Middle East to North Africa, and of course Central Asia, if we count Afghanistan. They talk about not just killing these Iranian generals, but also targeting their families. The operative then suggested that Israel could train weapons on the general and his family at any moment. This is a war crime. This is just blatant terrorism. This is exactly what the US and Israel accuse Iran and its allies of doing. This is actual evidence that it's the US and Israel doing it. And not only have they threatened to kill women and children, they have actually already done it. That's what they have been doing throughout the duration of this war of aggression against Iran. And so this is evidence admitted by the Western media that the steps necessary towards regime change are already being taken. And so what we're watching is yet another ploy to lull Iran into complacency. There will be more attacks. There will be continued war. There will be regime change, or Iran will frustrate and defeat these attempts. Now, there are people who are going to try to defend the US-Israeli war of aggression against Iran. It's just categorically illegal. It's an illegal war of aggression against yet another nation in the region. A region on the other side of the planet from where the US is on a map. And they will cite US war propaganda as justification for this, such as Iran had nuclear weapons, or they were trying to build nuclear weapons, and so we had to stop them, even if that were true. First of all, you need to have evidence that it's true, which no evidence actually exists. Second of all, you have to go through the United Nations. You have to at least try to go through the United Nations, present your case, and be authorized to use force against another nation, or else now you are carrying out an illegal act of aggression on the global stage. You're just as bad in reality as you claimed Iran was in fiction. And we know that it's fiction because the US intelligence community itself said Iran had no nuclear weapons, was not pursuing nuclear weapons. Trump says intelligence director Tulsi Gabbard is wrong about Iran's nuclear program. And it says, in March, Gabbard testified on Capitol Hill that the US continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003. And then it says Gabbard later insisted she and the president are on the same page because just like President Trump, she is a malicious liar. She is violating the trust Americans placed in her. Tulsi Gabbard now says Iran could produce nuclear weapons within weeks. So she's just towing the line. She's doing exactly what Colin Powell did before the US invasion of Iraq in 2003. So President Trump is the new George Bush Jr., and Tulsi Gabbard is the new Colin Powell. And even if Iran was pursuing nuclear weapons, people have to stop and ask themselves why that might be. Is it to wipe Israel off the map because it hates, the Iranian government hates Jewish people? Well, no, that's not true, because Iran actually has the largest population of Jews in the Middle East outside of Israel itself. And this is a Jewish, pro-Israel, pro-Western online magazine. This is an article from 2015 and talks all about the many Jewish communities that exist in just about every major Iranian city. And down here it says, Jewish life in Iran can be rich. In Tehran alone, there are 13 active synagogues, 5 Jewish schools, 2 kindergartens, and a 100-bed Jewish hospital. If the Iranian government had some irrational hatred toward Jews, these communities would not exist, let alone be thriving in modern day Iran. So it's just war propaganda. It is a baseless lie 5 minutes of research online could easily dispel. But many people who believe these lies about Iran don't actually care about the truth. That is the problem. And US policymakers themselves have long stated that even if Iran were to obtain nuclear weapons, they would obtain them solely for a deterrent. They understand that the use of a nuclear weapon against Israel or the United States would result in its absolute and instant annihilation. Why would they do that? And we know that because the US government, arms industry, and corporate financier-funded think tank, the Rand Corporation, published a report for the US Air Force titled Dangerous But Not Omnipotent, Exploring the Reach and Limitations of Iranian Power in the Middle East. And I wrote an article about this all the way back in 2015. I'm going to read a little bit for you. Quotes from the report. They examined the posture of Iran's military, including its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and weapons both present and possible future it seeks to secure its borders and interests with against external aggression. This is from the report. Iran's strategy is largely defensive, but with some offensive elements. Iran's strategy of protecting the regime against internal threats, deterring aggression, safeguarding the homeland if aggression occurs, and extending influence is in large part of a defensive one that also serves some aggressive tendencies when coupled with expressions of Iranian regional aspirations. It is in part a response to US policy pronouncements and posture in the region. They are admitting that Iran is merely reacting to decades of US military aggression in the region all along its borders. The US at one point was literally occupying Afghanistan to its east on its borders and Iraq to the west of its borders, right on its borders. It was completely surrounded by the US military. To a great extent, it is still completely surrounded by the US military. Let's continue. especially since the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001, which Iran had absolutely nothing to do with. The Iranian leadership takes very seriously the threat of invasion, given the open discussion in the United States of regime change, speeches defining Iran as part of the axis of evil, and efforts by U.S. forces to secure base access in states surrounding Iran. This was written in 2009. It sounds like it could have been written yesterday, because literally nothing has changed between then and now, except the growing number of nations the U.S. has invaded, destabilized, occupied, and destroyed, Syria being among them. Then I continue down here. The question of Iran's potential menace, should it obtain nuclear weapons, is also covered in the report. The report openly admits that Iran sees nuclear weapons as a psychological deterrent, not a practical means of war fighting. It would state, others have argued that Iran will seek to challenge the prevailing orthodoxies of deploying, posturing, and targeting nuclear weapons, believing that the mere acquisition of the bomb, or even nuclear technology itself, will be sufficient psychological deterrent. When people are wondering why was Iran enriching uranium beyond what is necessary for a civilian nuclear program? This is the reason why. This is the U.S. These are U.S. policymakers admitting the reason why they are doing that. Not because they want a bomb to use against Israel or the United States, but because they're desperately trying to protect themselves and prevent their nation from being destroyed next in the region, after the U.S. has repeatedly invaded and destroyed nations all along its borders and its periphery. Press statements, writings in military journals, and other glimpses into Iranian thinking on this issue appear to support the conclusion that Tehran regards nuclear weapons as powerful psychological assets, but poor warfighting tools, meaning they would almost never even think about using them unless absolutely necessary. That is the truth. Everything that you hear in the media is war propaganda to convince you of a reality other than what actually exists. A reality that these policy papers have laid out in excruciating detail over the course of many, many years. It would also state the actual military components of this deterrent strategy include, most obviously, the drive for an indigenous enrichment capability and a potential nuclear weapon, short and medium-range ballistic missiles, asymmetric warfare and terrorism, and popular mobilization to defend the homeland should an invasion occur. While this may appear to Western observers as a push for hegemony, as the Western media constantly claims, but it is not, and it's simply war propaganda, Tehran likely sees it as a multi-layered form of strategic defense that extends deep into the enemy's camp, and they're talking about the rest of the region occupied by the U.S. illegally, and encompasses a variety of political, military, and economic levers. And then I go into the Which Path to Persia paper and all of the quotes from that paper that I've repeatedly cited and read, laying out how the U.S. would lie to the world, try to goad Iran into a war, and that the ultimate goal is regime change. Nothing has changed between when these papers were written and today. Many people told me that, Brian, a paper written in 2009 is irrelevant today. There's no way the United States is going to attack Iran. Literally hours after saying this, the US attacked Iran, because these papers represent institutional and nation state planning. And these institutions and nation states plan in blocks of 5, 10, 20, sometimes even 50 years. So a policy paper written 16 years ago isn't actually all that old. It is still a relevant framework. The US has clearly, demonstratively used. Just again, look at the table of contents. The US has literally, from 2009 until today, gone down this list and checked off every single option. They have implemented every single option. Whether it was successful or not is another story, but they have now implemented every single option except all-out invasion. They have even repeatedly tried to overthrow the Iranian government through color revolutions, terrorists, and military coups. As the Washington Post admits, they are attempting to spur defection among Iranian military leaders, and they're almost certainly trying to entice them to overthrow the government itself. So that is where we are right now with Iran. Again, the people who fail to see this coming are going to tell you that this is peace. President Trump has made a promise, and now he has kept the promise. Stop listening to these people. Start facing the truth rather than simply looking for someone to tell you what you wish the truth was. This is not over. The U.S. posture in the region is still arrayed specifically for regime change in Iran. The United States has open plans that they are implementing right now as we speak to pivot to China and precipitate a similar conflict in Asia Pacific. The war against Russia and Ukraine continues to this day. This is not over. You have been lied to, and it's up to you whether you're going to wake up and hold these people accountable or, in your ignorance, remain complicit in this constant and increasingly dangerous undermining of peace, stability, and prosperity for everyone on Earth, including perhaps even especially Americans. If you thought this video was useful, please like and share. Think about subscribing. It's free to do. It helps the channel grow. Check the video description below for all the other places you can find and follow my work. I post all of my videos on
conflict. And as I said earlier, guys, there's a lot of angles to cover. So today we're going to be covering the fake, I will use the term, the fake ceasefire Mr. Trump has announced, which, by the way, do you know, Elizabeth, it collapsed within the hour.
Yes, it sure did. And I think the real question here is, everybody thought that the United States entering the conflict was going to be sort of the deciding factor between whether, Israel or Iran was going to come out on top or what was going to happen. All of a sudden, President Donald Trump, US President Donald Trump, came out and said, well, there's a ceasefire. And then immediately neither party listened and both parties broke the ceasefire. So it really calls into question, how much power does Donald Trump have here? And he is very frustrated and definitely feels like an absolute fool. And we have a video of him basically saying as much. As we dive a little bit further into the real question being, how much influence does the United States actually have in this conflict? Or is something else happening? Who really has the power here? And the big question is it Israel or Iran even who is wagging the United States? Is it the tail wagging the dog? Or is it the United States really causing this? And there's a fake facade of ceasefire.
Indeed, well, that's what's going on, because it became clear. And as I said this at the beginning, I said, if the U.S. keep going on this trajectory, it will be the final nail on its coffin. And it looks like we are heading out in that direction, because Iran now is realizing, despite what you hear, Iran is having the upper hand. So, as a matter of fact, I just saw this morning, they bombed Israel even more. So this is why both Israel and the U.S. now asking for a ceasefire. It's not asking ceasefire because they care for the regional security. They're asking for ceasefire because of where they didn't expect the response from Iran. And like I always say, Iran is not Iraq, Iran is not Libya, Iran is not Syria, Iran is not Somalia. So they both finding out, and especially after what Iran did yesterday with targeting the U.S. base in Al Udeid in Qatar. That just it's, as I always say, the optics of it on international relations, on the global stage.
And now we have a wonderful sponsor, Giant Mining, who sponsored all of the shows this week. So let's hear from them, and a big thank you to them, because without our sponsors, we couldn't do this show. So let's hear from them.
Big thank you to today's show sponsor, Giant Mining Corp. Without our sponsors, this show wouldn't be possible. Copper shortages just went political. Washington's eyeing import tariffs, and the SCC at BFGFF.
Oh, there we are. Okay.
I was wondering, where did you go? So anyway, we are, we're gonna delve deeper a little bit now into really what this. I'm gonna use the term a fake announcement, because to me, as an American, I look at this as an insult. Literally, it's an insult on all of us for a lying president to come forward and just issue statements right and left without even knowing what he's talking about. And that's, to me, was like, because right as I said earlier, right within the hour, that announcement fell flat on its face. That's why he was so frustrated during his brief interview on his way to Marine One.
Absolutely. Okay, so it's hard to even know what to share with you guys first. So I'm going to share this Truth Social post. The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Okay. So he put out a ceasefire. He also said a couple of other things that I'll show. And then let's talk about what happened immediately after this happened. David, do you have kind of a breakdown of who did what when immediately afterwards?
Well, actually, both Israel and Iran continued to exchange some sort of the fire despite Donald Trump's ceasefire declaration, because the Israelis have announced, and this is the defense minister of Israel, has sort of ordered now the Israeli army, to respond to Iran launching of a missile. So, and that's why the air raid sirens were really sounded in northern Israel. So, and this was about morning our time, 10:30 a.m. So, and this was in response. Here is where the kicker. A lot of people always jump to conclusions quickly. What Iran violated? Well, hold on a second. It's because Iran's action was in response to what the Israeli military said was some sort of attacking a location inside Iran. So basically, it's tit for tat. But the key to all this is that both countries, both Israel and Iran, disregarded what the President Donald Trump is saying. And that tells you right there where the U.S. is right now, not only in West Asia or Middle East, that is, but around the world as far as its sort of its status. It's gone. We done with that because we don't have any credibility left whatsoever. So.
Well, and I think that point that you're making actually really is the point. Is the United States. I think even before the U.S. got involved with the bombing of the more or less empty nuclear facilities that had already been bombed.
Yeah.
But before that happened, before that even came into the picture, everybody was really concerned about, is the U.S. being played by Israel? Israel is really trying to drag the United States into this conflict. And with sort of the impression, and this was actually this is very similar to Ukraine, where, Donald Trump came into office and he said, I'm going to stop when he was campaigning. Of course, when politicians campaign, I think number one, it's full of whatever they think people want to hear. And then second, I think they don't really know what they can or cannot do, because the president is not the end all be all, right? We heard that interview with Vladimir Putin earlier in the week, where he was basically talking about, the 3 U.S. presidents that he's been through. When they come into office, these guys in dark suits basically come in and tell him, hey, this is what you're actually going to do. Sorry if you wanted to do something else, but you can't, right? So he doesn't actually know what he's going to be able to achieve or not. But I can tell you, Donald Trump has a massive ego. And he looks stupid right now. For him to have come out and said there will be a ceasefire, this is a ceasefire, and all his big talk about how he had this huge win by bombing these nuclear facilities that more or less is like nothing.
Yeah.
Now to say, oh, there's a ceasefire, and then have both sides ignore it is really something else entirely, and it makes him look really stupid.
Yeah. Well, it became clear actually to both Israel and the U.S. now that they bite off more than they can chew on. because I think, and it's not I think, it's becoming evident and clear. It became evident that they didn't expect the response from Iran, and Iran wasn't bluffing. So when they said, and I did a video yesterday, I talked about the possibility of Iran targeting the Daimona nuclear reactor in the Negev desert.
Yeah.
In addition to the US bases. At that time when I was talking about this, I said the possibility is there. And before you know it, by the end of the day, they already attacked the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. So the idea for this is that Iran is following through with what it promises to do. And second, if they don't do that, the regime will risk the anger of the Iranian people. Because one thing this has done to the Iranian society, meaning the bombing of the nuclear sites and the attack by Israel. What it did was it united the entire Iranian society. From all walks of life. They put in their differences aside and they put in the country first now. That's why there was that big banner. I still remember. I should have kept the picture. I might do it tomorrow. It says right there, we are all soldiers of Iran. And that to me is loud and clear. So the US now is finding out, and that's what convinced me personally that Donald Trump was pushed into this decision.
Yeah.
He was forced and pushed into it. It's no secret, guys. We all know the influence of the lobbies, the Jewish lobby in Washington. It's not a secret. That's how it's been in charge of the US government, including members of Congress. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the interview that what's his name, Tucker Carlson did with Ted Cruz. By the way, Ted Cruz doesn't represent me as a Texan. We don't give a damn for that guy. Anyway, when Tucker asked him, he said, "Do you know what the population of Iran is?" And he said, "No, I don't know." And it's like, what? Yeah, that's why he said, "I don't know." And I was like,
that's ridiculous.
Said, you advocate
didn't know
in Iran and you don't even have any understanding. And why are you advocating to support Israel for this? Is it our war? And Ted Cruz was like, well, how do you know what the population of Iran? Asking Tucker. And Tucker told him, it's about 92 million people.
Yeah.
And he was like, it just shows you. It shows you who is in charge of our corrupted Congress. And this decision by Donald Trump now, or the announcement rather, it just fall flat on its face.
So do you guys want to see it? I might have to. He said he drops the F-bomb.
Yeah.
So I may, just for YouTube's sake, I may I don't know, bleep out that part or something. But let's stick him on here. And this is a very, very frustrated President Donald Trump this morning. So this just happened.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck. And that.
Okay.
I want to go back to that picture. Just freeze it there, Elizabeth, if you may, if you can, please. Can you tell us exactly about the body language right there?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So let's talk about a couple of things. So first of all, I think it does not require a body language expert to tell that this guy is really pissed off. You see the downward turned mouth. Look at how narrow the eyes are right here. He's really, really, and he knows he looks like an idiot, which he does. And so let's look. You
know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so.
Okay, I want to particularly look at the narrowing of the eyes. Now, granted, it is very light outside, so that is a factor. But look at how pulled tight his face is. And I know, guys, it's a little bit grainy, but look at how pulled tight his face is. This is a genuine reaction, and I think that this is one of the first genuine reactions we've actually seen out of Donald Trump this entire time, because Donald Trump is very good at he's very good at talking on the whole teleprompter thing. He's really good at blustering. He's really good at basically acting like he's the best thing since sliced bread. This is probably the first honest thing we have seen out of him maybe this entire presidency, and it's how much of an idiot he knows he looks like. But yeah, his body language, absolutely. His hands are down. There's absolutely no power in his posture whatsoever. He looks very angry and frustrated, and this is a genuine reaction, and it's one that I think he is quite embarrassed by. So I honestly kind of appreciate this, because it's the first genuine thing I think we've seen out of him this entire presidency.
Well, it becomes clear. I mean, when you realize you are not even in charge of a decision such as this one to go and bomb a sovereign nation. I have nothing against Iran. Why will I dislike the Iranians or the Iran regime? I don't care how they live their lives. They didn't bother me here, so I won't bother them over their country. So who gives us the right? But now this, as I said, and I am convinced about this, Elizabeth, I've been around long enough to know how things are in the Middle East, spent time on the ground, been there, dealt with some of the entities in certain Gulf Arab states and so forth. So you kind of develop the understanding over the years as to how they behave and how they manage their internal and even external affairs. So suffice it to say, within this context, is that now Israel is coming forward, because here is what they are saying. They are saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, that we are not going to attack Iran again.
Yeah.
This is what they stated right after Donald Trump's sort of a statement. And that came from the office of the prime minister. Netanyahu is, by the way, as you all know, he is wanted by the ICC, the International Criminal Court, for war crimes in Gaza. Now, this leads us to really one key question to ask.
Yeah, and nobody's talking about that, by the way.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
That's not a well-known thing here.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. How come we are talking about the ceasefire between Iran and Israel? We're not talking about ceasefire in Gaza. Why is Gaza's not taking sort of, because it's still, if only people know what's still going on in Gaza. So why aren't we talking about that one? Why isn't the president advocating for also a solution to the Gaza problem?
Well, I mean, I think the honest answer to that is that Iran has powerful friends.
That is true.
Doesn't.
That is true. And here's the thing. Remember, all this that's taking place right now. We're not even talking about the involvements of Hezbollah. We are not even talking about the involvements of the Houthis yet. Yeah.
Well, and here's to hoping we don't, because I do. So let me share this really quick, David, and let me get your opinion on this. Okay. So this is another option as to what happened. So let's see. Let me make this a little bit bigger. So this has been passed around the internet. I don't know how accurate it is or not, but I'm very curious what your take is on it. So it says, senior Israeli official, Trump called Netanyahu and asked him not to attack Iran at all. Netanyahu told Trump that he could not cancel the attack and that some response was needed to Iran's violation of the ceasefire. Ultimately, it was decided to significantly reduce the attack and cancel the strike on a large number of targets. Do you think this is a possibility? Is that more or less, because one thing I have noticed about this is that the responses back and forth have actually been very measured. It's still obviously like soul crushing and heartbreaking that anybody is passing away at all, that these attacks are happening, but they could be much worse. And even in the case of the United States, Donald Trump basically, when he bombed these nuclear facilities, he more or less did very little damage. And so no damage. And obviously, the bunker busters are really big, powerful weapons, but there was very little in terms of casualty, in terms of really damaging anything. If you look at the pictures, the buildings that are above ground are still totally fine. Like no damage, it looks like, has occurred to them. So as we're watching this back and forth, do you think it could have been worse? And this is more or less kind of a theater show? like more or less kind of a playing it out on the theater of the world stage?
Yeah. I will go with that assertion. It's because the Israelis is not going to ask Trump for whatever. They're going to move forward with whatever they want to do. Do you think usually what they do, and it's always been the norm regarding U.S.-Israel relations when it comes down to certain aspects of this, including assassinations, usually the U.S. will be informed of some sort, one way or another. Israelis do not come forward all the time, and that's just the norm of how things are done. But usually, at least during my days in Washington, there was a close relationship between the Mossad and the agency, so the three-letter agency, that is. But for this one, it's slightly different. And it's because Israel understands that it got itself into some major position that is a conflicting one, because Iran is not holding back. And once Iran found out that they could really penetrate the air defense systems, they moved to the second phase of the type of missiles they were using. Remember, the 19 waves of missiles. Yeah, 19 waves. As a matter of fact, Iran launched so many missiles, but the first wave of those missiles were the old models. Then they moved into the slightly upgrade. They didn't use the top notch of all this one here. So, and Israel didn't count on that. Even the U.S. didn't count on Iran to follow through with its threat that it will target U.S. bases in Middle East. And that's what it did in Ubaid was a symbolic. Of course, they didn't. Nobody was killed. They targeted just the infrastructure, the basic stuff. But to Iran was just a message, no more, no less. And I feel it will be the same way they're going to do with the Strait of Hormuz, should that decision is made by the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. If that decision is made, in my opinion, what the Iranians going to do, they're going to shut down the Strait for about, let's say, probably 10 days, no more.
Sure.
And the reason why, because the world can maintain or sustain the economy for at least 10 days. But to Iran is the message that they're sending. And the message is, hey, if we can shut it down for 10 days, we can shut it down for a month.
Right.
That's the way I see this play out. So, of course, Iran had to send a message to the countries in the region that are hosting American bases. Because when you think about this Al Udeid air base in Qatar, it's almost like 10,000 troops of American soldiers on that territory. Where is your sovereignty? I always look at it like the example of U.S. forces in Ramstein in Germany. It feels like we are occupying those countries, because here is the question: do we have any foreign country that has bases here in the U.S.?
No.
None. Exactly. Nope. That's my point. That is my point.
Yeah.
So Iran saw this one as it's now or never a message sent to Qatar, even though it was a phone call made the next day from the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, to the emir of Qatar, Tamim. And he told him, hey, don't take this personally. This was aimed at the U.S., not at the Qatar, because Qatar in itself has been calling for, well, we need to come back to negotiations. We need to condemn what Iran did. What Qatar didn't do is they didn't condemn what the U.S. did. That's, you see, with that double standards of even Arab countries. I don't trust them. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but as one who speaks the language, understands the culture, spend a lot of time, you can trust those leaders. I don't care who they are. It's just the way it is. But to me, I look at it as Iran sending a message, which they already did. Because remember, they only sent one missile into the base in Iraq. Only one. Again, it's just subtle messages. And the U.S. didn't expect that response.
Well, and I think that that's a really important piece to pay attention to in this whole conflict is, everybody's really concerned about World War III breaking out. And that's, of course, a concern, right? But it has been interesting to watch how this has unfolded, because it has, there has been measured approaches here, even if it looks like, and that may change, right? That may absolutely change as this progresses, but it does seem like things could actually be quite a lot worse than they are right now. And I hope that cooler heads prevail. I hope that there are conversations behind closed doors. And I hope that this is coming to a close, because this is fundamentally very unpopular. Here in the United States, it's very unpopular. Some people are saying, oh no, and I saw a poll that was like, 9 out of 10 Republicans think that Donald Trump bombing these nuclear facilities was the best thing ever, and they're so supportive of it. But, I don't know who trusts polls anymore, but I certainly do not trust polls. Polls said that Kamala Harris was winning, and the whole thing. Right? So I don't trust polls. But fundamentally, even if you are a Republican and you do really think that the U.S. entering this conflict is the right thing to do, the United States can't fundamentally afford another war. So it's if you don't have the resources to go into war, you can't go.
And the other thing is that countries have now realized that you don't have to fight the Americans directly. This is why I was in Iraq, and we kind of saw what happened. We couldn't defeat the militias in Iraq. We couldn't defeat those groups in Afghanistan. We couldn't defeat those in Somalia. And the recent one, the Houthis. I mean, all this gives you an idea as to it's not about the countries understand. All you need to do is drain the resources of the Americans. So as we call it, the war of attrition. And that's exactly what Iranians already calculated this. And Iran's sort of influence in the region is very wired. Their intelligence services, they are very, very wired, especially when you consider about their besiege force and how much they are entangled within the region. So the idea that the expectation in Washington was, oh, we're just going to fly our B-2 because it's massive and all that, and all of a sudden, country is going to cave in. Well, I don't think so. I don't think so, let alone for a country like Iran. And this is one of the things that I wish Donald Trump will have someone who can at least advise him and say the truth and say what he needs to hear. Because I am convinced that Mr. Trump has no idea about the history of the Persian Empire. And of course, that history, that's what shaped what Iran is today.
Well, and that's the thing. And I think that's fundamentally true. I mean, Ted Cruz not knowing how many people lived in Iran, that I think the politicians really don't know. And I remember at the beginning of the Ukraine conflict, most people, including politicians, couldn't tell you where Ukraine was. Much less why they're entering into a conflict with Russia. And so there really are some very intelligent people that are probably in the shadow, some form of shadow government now. And it doesn't have to be like, God knows I love my conspiracies. Okay. I love my conspiracies, but it's not even a conspiracy. You've seen throughout history, policies have remained the same. How long has this issue with Iran been going on? We've watched Iran be, about to have the nuclear bomb for as long as I've been alive, for longer than I've been on this planet. We've watched that same narrative pass throughout history. And so it doesn't have to be a conspiracy. You can look at the evidence. You don't have to believe, you can look at the evidence. The evidence is that the policy tends to remain the same through generations, which is kind of wild to me. But you watch it be the same. So somebody else is in charge of what's happening here fundamentally. And, if you were Iran and you had this rhetoric basically against you for decades and decades and decades, would you not prepare?
Yeah, for sure.
And so it seems like you're correct. It seems like they did, in fact, prepare. But I am really hoping that because this has not spiraled out of control, that there are some cooler heads that will keep it under wraps.
Yeah, but the message from Iran, this is nothing but just the beginning.
That's the message, but how much of it, and this is, this is a question I don't have the answer to, but how much of what is being said has to be said to maintain how a country or a government looks to their own people and on the global stage, right?
Well, it becomes
they just say like, oh no, of course, we're never going to do anything again. We can't do that.
Yeah, but it will become the information warfare as far as who's saying what, and that's the idea. So, to me, if I am to think outside the box and say what will Iran actions moving forward will be, the two things that comes to mind quickly is that, first of all, the decision will have to be made about withdrawing from the NPT once for all and be done with. And so, because that's it, there will be no guardrails that would prevent Iran from moving forward. And second, they're going to move forward expeditiously or in a lightning speed as far as developing their nuclear technology, whatever way you can
buy it. Or just buy it.
Yeah, there are countries will be willing to sell some of that. But this in itself will be, because like I said, and I am convinced about this, I just feel so strong about it. By doing what we did, we put the final nail on the coffin for us and the partnership that we have with Israel in the Middle East or West Asia. So it's going to be now the Arab countries will be looking from the sideline because they are pathetic. They can't do anything. Suffice it to say that Iran is going to emerge as the major player in the region, despite what Israel has, nuclear or not, because Israel will be forced to come forward now and declare that it has a nuclear weapon, which I don't see them doing that at all. They won't do it. They want to maintain that policy. So it will be interesting to see how this is going to move forward. I'm going to be talking about by the way, guys, if to those who wants to join me later on.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Brooklyn Sue for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family, helping me keep the lights on. Hit the House of Revolution. Appreciate that, family. Salute.
On the other channel, I will be talking about the attack on the Al-Udeid and what it means for
that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
That is at 60% enriched uranium and the advanced centrifuge cascades that could be used to step that up to weapons grade uranium. These have not been destroyed. We don't even know where they are right now. So in many cases, we're worse off today than we were before the military action took place.
It's one that U.S. officials have said would be suicidal. It almost certainly would. It would lead to basically massive involvement of the United States Navy. It would obviously shock the world's oil prices. It would be a devastating blow to the Chinese economy. It would just be absolute mass chaos.
Welcome to GBS Deep Dive. I'm Najma Minhas. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. These are not my words. They are the words of the United States President Donald Trump on social media. He goes on to say, during each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. On the assumption that everything works out as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel, God bless Iran, God bless the Middle East. He ended on God bless the world. And it's probably safe to say that there has not been a president like Donald Trump in recent US history. It's been a whirlwind 24 to 48 hours after what was a historic first for the United States striking Iran's nuclear facilities. Stock futures and oil prices traded with pressure, wondering what would be Iran's reaction, which finally came on Monday with strikes on the Al Udeid US airbase in Qatar. Interestingly though, despite massive fears of Iran potentially stopping trade in the Straits of Hormuz, oil prices were trading lower since they opened on US morning on Monday. So what did they know that the rest of us didn't? How have the three countries, Israel, Iran, and the United States, come out looking? And what's really interesting about Donald Trump's reference to the 12-day war? On Saturday, President Trump, flanked by J.D. Vance, his vice president, Mark Rubio, Secretary of State, and Pete Hegseth, his Secretary of Defense, triumphantly announced in his address to the world that he had totally obliterated the Iranian nuclear sites. And later he warned Iran of the consequences of any retaliation it may do, including speculating on regime change. Yet within minutes of the Iranian counterstrikes on Monday against the United States airbase in Qatar, he posted a very weak response. And he went on to write, most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system. And there will hopefully be no further hate, in caps. And in characteristic, bombastic, Trumpian style, he went on to say, perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Later he posted on Truth Social in all caps, congratulations world, it's time for peace. So it transpires that the Iranians had informed the Qataris, and of course via them to the Americans, that they would conduct a performative strike, although obviously they probably didn't call it or describe it like that. Donald Trump himself, though, posted that the United States was warned by Iran in advance and that there were no casualties. But as a result, the Al Udeid airbase in Qatar, which is home to around 10 to 15,000 American personnel, was evacuated, and many of the people were safely in bunkers before the attack happened, which is why, despite the fact that 14 missiles were launched by Iran, not one person, thank God, was killed. There are also some reports that Iran used older missiles, which were set to fail, to ensure that there would be no deaths. The exercise was done to make the Iranian regime appear tough and to be able to tell its population that it gave a tough and strong response back to the Americans. Now, what's clear is that there has been, to me at least, one clear winner, Iran, and one clear loser out of this whole self-created Netanyahu fiasco. This was a war of choice for Israel, and Israel has paid a steep price for it. My last vlog discusses this in detail, but already Israel has suffered around infrastructure losses of over $500 billion. Parts of Tel Aviv look like Gaza post-October 2023 after the Israelis bombed the buildings there. But this 12-day war with Iran has also cost Israel even bigger losses in reputation. While Western countries may have supported Israel during its attack on Iran under the pretext of self-defense, it has left another bad taste in their mouths after what is done genocidal actions against the Palestinians in Gaza, which is now accepted to be such and called out as such by many Western countries. In fact, just before the Iran war started, France was among the countries threatening to now recognize the Palestinian state. Emmanuel Macron was at loggerheads with Netanyahu, who described Macron's proposals as being shameful and said that he is choosing to stand with Hamas. In fact, each time Israel decides to invade a Muslim country, conduct regime change operation, or cut off the octopus's head, as it puts it, it leaves a bad taste in the mouth for countries in the region who work with it, whether it's Jordan or Egypt or one of the new friends it's made. The Arab countries that Israel has signed its Abrahamic Accords with not only kept quiet, but were forced to condemn Israeli actions. Israel, the US Nepo baby, has proved itself utterly useless, even in terms of militarily outwitting the Iranians. And this is despite having access to the best and the most advanced military technology in the world as compared to the Iranians. They are utterly dependent on the United States to back them on their self-created adventures. And the reality is they engage in these knowing that the big brother will bail them out. It is being reported that senior Israeli officials were contacting the Americans to tell them to get them out of this war. And given the costs of the war, they would not be able to continue till the end of this week. One estimate has put the cost of the war alone at $12 billion if it lasted for 1 month. The Israelis were extremely worried about getting into this war of attrition with no easy way out. Okay, so why do I now say that Iran came out the winner here? Well, first, Iran was always the weaker party to take on militarily. From the outset, it was never expected to win a war against Israel, and certainly never against a US-Israel combo. It has been in sanctions for decades and has much older, often defunct military equipment. It worked through the proxy network, Hezbollah, Hamas, Syria. Apart from the Houthis, all of them were either destroyed or have been dismantled or weakened by Israel, which is why Israel thought that now was the perfect time to take on the Iranian regime. So when Israel launched its strong offensive, aiming to cripple Iran's nuclear capabilities and assert its own dominance, even talked of regime change, but wasn't able to do any of these, it has given Iran the opportunity to emerge from the conflict much more intact, more unified, and personally, I feel, strategically validated more than before. The wars allowed Iran to rally its population under the banner of course, national defense against Zionist aggression. Even critics of the regime have closed ranks temporarily to support the Iranian regime. It's not only absorbed the military strikes, but proved again and again that it could not only strike Israel back, but that it could also hurt it. And by avoiding direct escalation with the United States and by refraining from closing the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has managed to send global oil markets into a panic without inviting overwhelming retaliation. Iran has been able to justifiably position itself as defender of its own sovereignty and not as a reckless aggressor that Israel in this case has appeared. In fact, as a result of the war and in wake of the United States attack on several key nuclear sites, a powerful parliamentary National Security Committee in Tehran has approved the general outline of a bill to suspend cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. This includes halting any further inspections. Whether this will be approved now that a ceasefire has been agreed is yet to be seen. Even if Israeli and United States strikes damage some of Iranian nuclear sites, the US itself has backed away from the obliteration argument which was made by Trump on Saturday. And we know that the uranium stockpiles and centrifuge expertise were not destroyed. However, Despite Western misgivings, Iran will now be seen as much more justified, both in its own domestic public opinion as well as the global South, to walk away from future deals and potentially even accelerate its program as a deterrence. Look at the statement made by the former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev, who posted on Telegram that a number of countries were considering supplying nuclear warheads to Iran after the Pentagon's salvo of bunker buster strikes there, although he later backed off from this comment. Now, coming to the United States, what to make of American policy, or more specifically, what to say of the role played by Donald Trump. One moment he's full of wrath, warning Iranian nuclear facilities of obliteration, playing what it seems are subterfuge negotiation games, or threatening regime change. The other moment he's saying that he's a peacemaker, that Iran was great, and may God bless Iran. So what happened in 48 hours that Donald Trump did such an about turn? Well, we can speculate. First, he knows no obliteration of Iranian nuclear sites was done. At best, they were damaged. But the 60% enriched uranium has now disappeared. We don't know exactly where it is. At least before, we knew whether it was in Natanz or in Fordow. Where is it now? So one strategy is, let's change the public's attention to once again bringing the Iranians back to the table for negotiations. Second, after he announced the obliteration on Saturday night, the market started trembling over the Iranian reaction and what it would be, and the fears, most importantly, of the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. This is the energy artery through which nearly 1/5 of the world's oil supply flows through daily. Among the red lines drawn by Washington was, do not touch the Strait of Hormuz. In the meantime, Iran's parliament voted to close the Strait of Hormuz, with all that oil, LNG and cargo traffic that goes through it. 1/5 of the world's oil goes through this artery, 17 million barrels of oil daily. Now, these include exports from Saudi Arabia, Iran itself, Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar and the UAE. If Iran leveraged the strait, this became a global economic crisis and no longer just a Middle East conflict. Brent crude briefly jumped over $78 a barrel, and oil prices jumped to that 5-month high on Monday following the United States airstrikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities. And the president started to hear about oil prices hitting $100, $110, maybe even $120. So Donald Trump, as his oil prost pointed out to earlier in the day, was very worried about an increase in oil prices, which would ruin the economic landscape of the United States economy and break the back of his economic agenda and his America First presidency. So he tried to get ahead of the game by posting this as well. And as well as this, by this stage, talks had started with the Qataris and Iran over how to manage their counter strikes. So Donald Trump posted, "Everyone, keep oil prices down. I'm watching. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Don't do it." Marco Rubio called it a suicide mission if the Iranians attempted to close the Hormuz Strait, and asked the Chinese to play a positive role to control them in any such scenario, since they had the most to gain. Over 50% of China's import oil flows through the Hormuz Straits.
Out of the Chinese government, because they take a lot of their oil comes through there. So they should be the first ones that are saying if they mine the Straits of Hormuz, the Chinese are going to pay a huge price. And every other country in the world is going to pay a huge price. We will too. It'll have some impact on us. It'll have a lot more impact on the rest of the world. A suicidal move on their part, because I think the whole world would come against them if they did that.
The Strait of Hormuz, if it became a conflict, may have pulled in other Western countries along with the United States. The UK and the French navies are also positioned in the region. It was an obvious standoff in plain sight. Another thing Donald Trump, with his America First policy, did not want. The United States does not have a good experience of earlier standoffs in the Straits. For example, during the Iran-Iraq war in the 1980s, Iran attacked Kuwaiti and Saudi oil tankers in what came to be called the Tanker War. The United States had to respond with what was called the Operation Earnest Will, escorting these reflagged tankers up and down the Hormuz Strait and sending naval ships there. The clashes did turn deadly at the time, and the strait nearly became a war zone. Even during Trump's first administration, after the United States pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2019, tensions spiked. Iran did go on to harass various tankers going up and down the straits, seizing British flag vessels, and shot down a United States drone. Then, of course, come his MAGA followers, who were screaming at the top of their heads, whether it was Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, or Marjorie Greene. This is not our war. It's Israel's war, and we need to avoid getting into it. Now, one last thing I do want to touch on is the president's reference to the 12-day war. It's an interesting but deliberate echo of the famous 1967 Six-Day War, in which Israel swiftly defeated Arab neighbors Egypt, Jordan, and Syria in just 6 days. Now, by dubbing it the Iran-Israel conflict as the 12-day war, Trump is basically trying to frame it as a short, decisive, and strategically significant military victory, implying that strong United States or Israel dominance led to a quick end to hostilities, even though we know that this framing is very murky this time round. Trump is attempting to position himself as both a strategist and a peacemaker, emphasizing that a strong U.S. hand that brought about a swift resolution with no American casualties. And he wants to give credence to his whole peace through strength argument. Please share with me your thoughts on what happened. Thanks for giving me your time today, and
Tuesday, June 24th, 2025. Colonel Douglas McGregor joins us now. Colonel, a pleasure, my dear friend. Thank you for accommodating my schedule. Colonel, was any bona fide military purpose served by the United States of America spending $100 million to drop 30,000-pound bombs on empty tunnels in the Iranian mountains?
No, I don't think so. I think this turned out to be a training mission with live ammunition, but fortunately, no one alive on the ground where the bombs fell, and apparently nothing of consequence on the ground where the bombs fell.
Would not American intel or the intel of its collaborators have been aware before the bombs fell that the tunnels were empty, or was this a PR stunt or training mission, as you characterized it in the latter?
Well, I think it's probably in the realm of PR stunt. It'll take time for people to figure this out. In the meantime, people will say that President Trump is playing 4D chess or something like that. I think he was looking for something that he could do that would not precipitate the massive introduction of U.S. military power in the war with Iran on Israel's side, to be frank. And I think we informed the Iranians. The Iranians did not apparently take us under fire. I don't even know if they, employed their radars to track us. I have no idea. We're not being told the whole truth. But if I watched that particular news conference, and it struck me that this Air Force four-star, who's now the new chairman, was less than entirely comfortable with everything he was saying.
Is it fair to use the descriptions that Secretary Hegseth did? This was brilliant, and that President Trump used. It resulted in, he said this as recently as this morning, after the New York Times reported that people in the military were saying the tunnels were empty. He still said it. Totally obliterated their nuclear program.
Well, when the truth is ugly, only a lie could be beautiful. And I think that particular lie is very appealing, and we're going to stick with it. Again, it may be in his mind a way to get out from under the demand that his donors are making, that he join the war against Iran by attacking them and essentially rescuing Israel from its perilous state. That's the only thing I can come up with. It's not going to work, Judge. These things don't work. Ultimately, they fail. Let's now see whether or not this ceasefire has any staying power.
He is keeping the United States in the war with NATO against Russia in Ukraine. Is he in danger of leading us into a new war in the Middle East?
Well, at the moment, I think he's done his best to avoid it, to be frank. I think it dawned on him that he was playing with very serious fire. All sorts of terrible things could happen. You have in the background of all of this, of course, the threat of disrupting the oil flow through the Straits of Hormuz. I think that's something he absolutely wants to avoid, even though that won't affect us immediately as profoundly as it will affect the rest of the world. It nevertheless is something to be avoided. And I think he also recognized that the president of Iran's visit to Moscow was very important, and that President Putin made it abundantly clear that he's going to support Iran. I think Putin has sent a number of important signals, and those signals, I think, probably influenced Trump as well, despite the fact that General Keane and others have said, oh, well, that's all nonsense. We've heard all this from Putin before. That's a bluff. Forget it. I think President Trump began to think it through.
I know, Jack, and I've stopped listening to him. The two Jacks, Devine and Keene, they're just in another world on all of this. I haven't spoken to Jack Keene about this, but he was ecstatic over the drone attacks on the four Russian military bases. By what authority can the United States of America destroy a lawful, internationally examined and approved enrichment activity in a sovereign country?
Well, it presupposes that there's a body of international law that the United States of America actually respects. I don't see much evidence that there is.
Yeah, it's there, but it's not respected. LBJ himself signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty for the United States, but nobody respects international law.
Yeah, I think there are some people out there who try to, but it's like everything else. When you put the name international in front of it, somebody has to enforce it. Who's going to do that? That's the problem with the United Nations. It's a good idea, well intended, but no one is going to enforce anything. I think President Trump is also very concerned about the state of affairs in Israel. No doubt he was told that the Israelis are on the verge of running out of missiles. Their economy is not just in ruins, it's going to collapse. This man Smotrich, who's one of the more fierce advocates for mass murder in Gaza and elsewhere, actually spoke publicly and said, we've got maybe a week left. And now nobody in Israel will admit that. Nobody certainly at the top. And then finally, there's also the other possibility that nobody really has come to terms with right now. And that is that the potential for Israel to become extinct as a state and a society through mass emigration. People are leaving, and more people are likely to leave, in which case, the 9 million man state of 2 million Arabs and 7 million Jews will consist of 2 million Arabs and substantially fewer Jews. So I think Israel is in trouble. And the notion that somehow or another they hold the high ground and hold all the cards is a little ridiculous.
Is it true that the Israeli government is attempting to prevent people from leaving?
Oh, yes. There's no doubt about that. I've had people tell me that point blank who sent me notes about it from Israel itself.
Do you think that the so-called ceasefire, and I don't mean to demean it, but if it's not in writing, who knows what they agreed to? And as far as I know, there is no writing. Whatever President Trump announced before was requested by the Iranians or by Netanyahu crying uncle?
I think the Iranians have been advised by Putin and Lavrov to exercise restraint if possible. And if the opportunity presents itself to participate in something that will slow or halt the destruction, that they should do so. The Iranians, however, were not begging for a ceasefire. That's nonsense. But the Israelis very definitely needed one. Now, how long will this last? How rapidly can we replenish what they've fired? Somebody said to me late last night, the Israelis have probably fired off in terms of missiles in 2 weeks what will take 2 years to reconstitute. In other words, they haven't got enough left to defend themselves. And you've got 2 missiles have to be fired in response to every 1 missile coming in. The Iranians, on the other hand, as an Israeli official, I think it was Gavir, mentioned about a week or 5 or 6 days ago, we completely underestimated the Iranian missile arsenal. They did. And the Iranians have been very straightforward and said that, we'll stay in this as long as it's required. So I think, the Israelis may have 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks before they're completely run out. And they needed a break.
What damage has Netanyahu done to himself?
It's too soon to tell, but, I think we and Netanyahu have done damage to ourselves. I don't think anybody beyond the borders of the United States believe anything we say, Judge. We have broken our word. We have deliberately misled and lied to not just the Iranians, but to others. I don't think anybody in Moscow or Beijing, or for that matter, anywhere else listens. I know that the Koreans and Japanese have both backed out of the most recent conference invitations. I think they view us as unstable and dangerous. Again, I think I mentioned this some time ago. The rest of the world sort of looks at us as patient zero, and they want to contain us. They want us to stay in our room. They don't want to go to war with us. That's the great myth. I think it was Jeffrey Sachs who said more than one occasion, never in our history have we been more safe from attack than we are today. That's true, except for our soft underbelly in Mexico and the drug cartels and the millions of illegals in the country. But no one external to the country wants to go to war with us. And as I've heard repeatedly from my friends in Korea over and over and over again, the only people that are talking about going to war in Asia are the Americans. Nobody else in Asia is interested in it. Nobody is interested in going to war with China. And they utterly reject the notion that China is a military threat to them. So, we've reached this strange point where President Trump is doing what most presidents do. He's taking, credit for what looks like a short-term positive development. And he might as well, because presidents, when they're in office, are always blamed for anything that goes wrong on their watch anyway.
Do we know the nature and extent of the damage to Israel? I know the IDF and the Netanyahu government are laboring mightily to keep that from coming out. But can we piece it together from what your friends have told you?
Well, I think you got to look at the satellite photography. You got to talk to people that are at least on the periphery of the intelligence collection system, and they paint a pretty grim picture. Now, is every building and every house in Haifa or Tel Aviv being destroyed? Not yet, no. Could they be? Absolutely. And that's the problem. I think the Israelis have figured out that this is a war they cannot win, which is why Mr. Netanyahu has been so determined to drag us in. We were supposed to go in and win this for Israel. President Trump has betrayed his donors, apparently, and Mr. Netanyahu, at least insofar as he's been unwilling to take us directly into the war. Now, you could argue, as I have, that we've effectively started a war with Iran. But Iran thus far, since no one was killed and the targets that we attacked were irrelevant, has scrupulously avoided giving us an excuse to go to war against them. And I think that's what happened with the attack on the airfield and the installations in Qatar, where we had already evacuated everyone. And they did what we did for them. They let us know that it was coming. Now, there are a lot of people who are misinterpreting events right now. They're saying, oh, well, now all the Emirates will flock into our arms. They all hate Iran and so forth. There's a problem in the region that we don't get, and that is that everyone in the region hates Israel. That's the problem. Whatever goodwill there might have been, it's gone. Now, what about the elites in the Emirates or Saudi Arabia? They are increasingly isolated from their populations. The populations are the ones who are enraged over Gaza, and they're angry that nothing has been done about it. You have a similar development, not as dangerous, but it's serious, in Turkey, or Turkey as they want us to call it now. The Turks are furious with what's happened in Gaza and the absolute failure of the Muslim world, with the exception of Iran in their estimation, to do anything about it. We keep focusing exclusively on Iran. Iran is not the only issue here by any stretch of the imagination. This is a regional-wide hate fest now against Israel. And the Israelis are saying, well, they always say this, not on the scale that they do now.
What
Let's
is
be absolutely frank?
What is the danger to President al-Sisi in Egypt and the King of Jordan presiding over populations that profoundly and overwhelmingly and massively disagree with government policy towards Israel?
Well, I think King Abdullah is very much at risk of being removed, and I think he knows that. He is surrounded by very powerful security forces. And I think that they've been very lucky thus far that nothing has happened to him because he's seen, frankly, as a stooge for Israel. He didn't start out that way, but that's the way he's viewed at the moment. Sisi is in a somewhat different position. He has moved forces to the border with Israel. People are angry that nothing has been done. But as I think I mentioned earlier, Sisi is worried about the consequences for Israel, for his own country. Number one, the Israelis have always privately, quietly threatened Israel with the use of a low-yield nuclear weapon that could strike
threatened
Egypt.
You meant to say threatened Egypt.
Yeah, threatened Egypt. I'm sorry.
Right.
Because of that Aswan Dam, and that could have terrible consequences for the state. The other problem is that they see us as unconditionally supportive of the Israelis. So if the Egyptians were to attack right now, their fear is that they wouldn't simply contend with the Israelis. In fact, today, Israel is weaker on the ground than it's ever been. They're afraid of what U.S. air power would do in support of Israel. Then they don't necessarily want to be in that fight. Now, Egypt and Iran are close. Egypt and Russia are close. And China stands right behind Russia in connection with both countries. If something happens to unravel everything in the region and start a regional conflict that would be the end of Israel, it will start with Egypt, because the Egyptians could now have a very serious impact on Israel.
What do you think the Kremlin is thinking about what Trump ordered on Saturday night?
I think they're shaking their heads, trying to figure out what is driving President Trump. And I think they've decided that President Trump is impulsive, short-term in his thinking. He's looking for the so-called win that he can get out of this for himself here at home. So I think they've pretty much given up on us. Somebody said that the Russians sort of view us, and this applies to the Asians as well, I think, certainly in Northeast Asia, as the equivalent of a large-scale drug addict who has cravings, mood changes, acts on impulse that is completely unpredictable. Now, some people in this country think, well, that's a good thing, isn't it? That scares all our enemies. Well, that presupposes everybody's the enemy. I don't agree with that. And then secondly, that also leads your potential adversary to take measures against you that you may not care for and lead them to pull the trigger when you really don't want them to. I think the Russians want to avoid a conflict with us at all costs. So they're going to continue to counsel caution. But at the same time, they're moving decisively towards the river. I think they will go across that river. I think they will take Kiev and then move south to seize Odessa. I think all of that is coming. But they want to avoid a direct confrontation with us.
What is Beijing thinking of what Trump ordered on Saturday night?
I don't think they're taking us seriously any longer in terms of whatever propositions that we float to them. I think they're looking at us as a power in decline that is lashing out as it goes down. Now, that may not be accurate, but that's probably the way they view it. And they, too, want to stay out of the area. They would prefer to sort of avoid any direct confrontation. But see, what do you do in the United States? People have been persuaded, convinced over many decades, China is going to attack Taiwan. It's not. They're not interested in that. The people on Taiwan are not interested in it. Given the opportunity, the people on Taiwan will eventually vote themselves back into China. The Chinese know that. But we keep insisting on that. And the rest of Asia looks at us and says, why would the Chinese do that? If they did, it would destroy them commercially and politically in Asia forever. They don't want to do that. But we keep insisting on that. So we have this picture of the world that is divorced from what I would call geostrategic reality. And that's their concern more than anything else.
3 weeks ago, the Secretary of Defense was in Japan shaking his fist at the Chinese, saying, hands off Taiwan. This is absurd.
Well, his performance at that particular conference in Asia was not well received. Frankly speaking, people were horrified by him, not because of the threats, but the evident disconnection from reality. That's what they all walked out saying. How did it ever get to this point? These people have lost their minds. And I think that's the way they look at us. They think we're crazy. That's not something you want anybody to think about your country, particularly ours at the moment.
The President of the United States is on his way to Europe at a NATO conference. The Secretary of State and his entourage apparently preceded him there. The official spokesperson for the Department of State had a very interesting statement to make about her role, her job, and her love of America. I thought you might be interested in watching this. You're not going to like it. Chris, cut number 9.
The pride of being able to be here and do work that facilitates making things better for people. And in the greatest country on earth, next to Israel. In the greatest country on earth, next to Israel. It's an honor to be able to make a difference and to be able to speak in this regard with an administration that I love so much.
How does an official spokesperson for the government say something like that?
Well, I think the real question is, or not question so much as now you know why she's got her job. Because I think effectively everybody who's serving in the administration in an appointed capacity understands that that is the prerequisite, the precondition for service in the government. Let's be frank. And I always take people back to the Republican convention. I remember I was shocked when I was watching the convention and suddenly I saw this giant Israeli flag on the wall and above it, Israel first. And this rather plump gentleman in a suit came out and said he was there to lead cheers for Israel first. And I remember listening, he says, Israel first. And I heard, and a lot of people looked at each other and said, gee, what is this?
Yeah.
And I think people now know what it means. And you've got to accept what people tell you. She's telling you what she knows to be the truth. That's what is governing us right now in Washington.
This is what $100 million from Mrs. Adelson will get you.
Well, it's more than these contributions. Everybody, first of all, the Israelis understand something very well. There's nothing more reliable than a man that can be bought with cold, hard cash. All right, let's face it. But that's not enough. It's more than that. It's access to benefits that reach into the financial firms in New York City, into the market, and across the country that can be provided to people who become serious acolytes, like this woman that you just had on.
I don't know if you saw it, but just as he was leaving the White House this morning to get on a helicopter to get on Air Force One to fly to this NATO conference, the president exploded. Chris, cut number 15.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the f they're doing. Do you understand that?
As only he can say it.
Well, the president is obviously the master of the universe, and he's in a position to play daddy in all events, control everything, and impose his will. Remember Ukraine and Russia. These are like two school kids And sometimes you just have to let them fight it out.
That's what he said 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and there's a complete failure to understand the complexity of what's happening. As far as him being angry with Israel, well, that's nice. And I think that's the biggest load in what he had to say. A load of something, and I'm not talking about munitions.
Right.
He doesn't really have much to say about what the Israelis do. And that's a fact. So I think he'll come back online very quickly when it's deemed appropriate. But he's made it clear that he really doesn't want to be on a complete war footing. And I think he's afraid of the things that I mentioned earlier. He's very much afraid of the Straits of Hormuz being closed and the potential for direct confrontation with the Russians. But instead, you get that kind of analysis, which is not very persuasive, and it certainly isn't sophisticated or thoughtful.
In the meantime, he, because all these funds are subject to presidential discretion, continues to fund the slaughter and genocide in Gaza and the utter catastrophe and losing war in Ukraine.
I think these things, Judge, are going to continue as long as we fund them, in the sense that as long as we can. At some point, you end up with Nassim Taleb's scenario, the black swan. Does that happen in 2 weeks, 6 weeks, 6 months? I don't know, but we've gotten awfully close. Nassim Taleb has recently pointed out that we are not really the reserve currency anymore. Gold has become officially the reserve currency, because while dollars are still used in most transactions, not all, but most, it's no longer viewed as a store of value. And that has everything to do with our terrible position in terms of the sovereign debt, the lack of a manufacturing base, the disorder at home in the United States, the absence of any national industrial scientific strategy that anyone can point to. Again, we're back to this sort of confused picture of the United States that we're a potentially dangerous adversary because we always have an axe in one hand and a bag of cash in the other, and nobody knows which one's coming first.
Colonel McGregor, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thanks for letting
They did not even get those niceties this time. It was, we're talking to you. Now, the president.
Pilots home now. Here was his Truth Social. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, Esfahan, all planes now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped, and you know the rest. And then on Tuesday, Israel defied him and continued to fire against Iran anyway. And then Trump posted this: Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. Donald Trump, President of the United States.
They got no shalom. Remember when he was warning Hamas with the shalom? They did not even get those niceties this time. It was, we're talking to you. Now, the president spoke on his way to the NATO summit, reflecting what a lot of us have felt, and even dropping this F-bomb. We've warned you about it. The president is clearly pissed. Watch.
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Are you questioning if Israel is committed? Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land, I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
That's pretty clear terms.
I understand, sir.
It's a very clear message. And then later on the airplane, he was asked if he wants regime change in Iran, and he returned to the diplomacy that we'd be, and does he want regime change after all? Listen.
Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job.
So
all right, we want to bring...
He's returning to diplomacy that we saw when the peace talks began. So we're going to bring in journalist Max Blumenthal now from the Gray Zone. We want to ask him his thoughts on this. But first of all, Max, given Israel's history with violating ceasefires, why is this a surprise? Were we fools to trust that this would hold in the first place?
Well, Trump is using invective and threats without any concrete material backing to try to make this ceasefire hold because of that history. And Israel's military chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, said this war will not end. This was just a phase. So Israel's openly saying that it will violate this ceasefire that Trump claims will last forever. Trump really saw his diplomacy, to the extent that it was diplomatic at all, as a masterstroke that was going to lead to him being granted the Nobel Prize, for which he was nominated by Pakistan just about 24 hours before he initiated the porn-themed Operation Midnight Hammer with like 27 planes and expending 60% of the U.S. stock of MOPs, 30,000-pound bombs, to supposedly eliminate the Fordo facility. And this was all choreographed through Qatar with plan or expectation that Iran would stage some symbolic strikes on the Al Udeid air base and a few other U.S. bases that had already been evacuated. And then everybody would get to claim a win at the precise time that Trump wanted it. And then it turned out that Israel just arranged for a gigantic munitions dump over Tehran after Trump's ceasefire had expired, which created provoked 4 waves of Iranian ballistic missiles, including one that had struck a severe blow in the city of Beersheba. And now the stage is set for another phase. So Trump, for the first time, I think, we saw a U.S. president in Trump really let out his fury and anger against Israel. I mean, every president who's dealt with Prime Minister Netanyahu has hated him. Bill Clinton famously in 1996 stormed out of a meeting with Netanyahu and said, "Who's the fucking superpower here?" But that was private. This is public. And what Trump has done is he has revealed how much daylight exists between Tel Aviv and Washington. And one more thing he's done is he's trying to restore the dignity that he lost in front of his base and in front of the intellectual architects of America First, like Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson, who had accused him of betrayal for giving Netanyahu what he wanted in waging this strike.
And then we have a historical record of Israel violating these ceasefire agreements since October 7th.
And before that.
And even before that, I mean, violated over 3,000 ceasefire terms since October 7th across Gaza and Lebanon. So what makes us think, are they delusional to think that this is going to hold, that this ceasefire will be stamped in stone and we're going to have a prosperous Middle East?
Specifically, can we also ask this question, how will President Trump stand in contrast to Biden? Because Biden said, do not go into Lebanon. And they were like, that's nice, and did it anyway. Here's a ceasefire with Lebanon. That's nice. 2,700 violations. President Biden did nothing. So now at least we have Trump showing frustration, but will there be more than that? Because Biden did nothing.
Well, to try to answer both questions, Trump has more power than Biden does to take concrete action against Israel, to enforce a ceasefire by suspending weapons shipments, for example, something neither of them have done. Because Donald Trump has a cult following. He's sort of a cult leader, and his base will mostly go wherever he wants, although we've seen some defections from top Trump influencers and Republicans under 45. Only 20% of Republicans under 45 supported Trump's strike on Iran enthusiastically, according to a new CNN poll. So Trump has he has the credibility among his base to go the other way and to really seriously pressure Israel. I don't know if he will. I don't think he will, but he has it. Israel suffered a serious political and psychological blow from this war, yet neither side, yet Israel maintained the military upper hand, and neither side, Iran or Israel, established military deterrence. And so what we're going to see in the weeks and months ahead is more Israeli assassination attempts, more sabotage attacks like the kind we saw in April on the Bandar Abbas port in southern Iran, and more continuous warfare in the gray zone, which may provoke another phase of all-out war. This is not a ceasefire, it is an interregnum, and Iran has to restore and improve its air defenses, which proved to be its biggest weakness. And we don't know what happened with the 60% enriched uranium stockpile that was supposedly spirited out of the Fordo facility in the days before the U.S. strike. But if Iran manages to take that to a safe place and begin enrichment again, then Israel has seriously failed in one of its top two objectives. The other major objective here, the major Israeli objective, is regime change. And Israel completely failed there. Iran demonstrated the resiliency of its system. And what Israel's attacks targeting civilians did was produce a rally around the flag effect in Iran, which we will see intensify in the coming days as the holiday of Muharram, or the observance of Muharram, begins.
So, Mas, let me ask you this. I mean, you saw Zionists over the past 24 hours furious, really furious that Trump, I think Mark Levin said that he was furious. He hated the word ceasefire, that you would never have a ceasefire with Hitler. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So it's always been about regime change. And so they're never going to be happy unless the regime is ousted. So this ceasefire, I don't see how the ceasefire holds. I don't see how they just go back to their corners and call it a night.
I think there are two camps in the Israeli establishment. One is sort of the Likudnik, fanatical, messianist camp that Mark Levin, the kind of astroturfed AM radio carnival barker who is a never Trumper, is giving voice to. And there's another that sees what Trump did as shortening the war to Israel's benefit and to Israel's relief. The fanatical camp has a sense of inviolability because of the wars of extermination it carried out in Gaza and the blows it struck against Hezbollah. And they think that Israel's sort of this invincible lion. They're delusional because Iran managed to seriously puncture the colonial psyche of Israel by physically penetrating Israel's Iron Dome, its multi-billion-dollar, multi-layered air defenses. And this did serious psychological damage to Israel, did economic damage. I mean, they struck like a major tech park in Beersheba and hit the Microsoft offices. This is going to cost Israel a lot in foreign direct investment. Israel's credit rating is going to be downgraded again, but more importantly, it has harmed the Israeli psyche. Israelis are different from others in the region who are accustomed to the continuous warfare of Israel. They can receive more punishment and demonstrate steadfastness, where Israelis are accustomed to this kind of colonial existence and waging one-way wars of extermination. And now Iran has shown that their air defenses can be penetrated and there's nothing beyond it. And Iran can potentially improve on that. So I think Israel also wanted this ceasefire. Israel was suffering. And all parties involved, the U.S., Israel, and Iran, wanted this for their own reasons and are going to each claim victory for their own reasons. But Israel is the one that will have to, in order for its survival, initiate a new war.
Now, do you think that President Trump may have given the United States an excuse, since we're using the F word here, to F off? Can we just F off there and let them handle it on their own? I mean, I know that's a bit of a pipe dream, but you said that Trump has the ability to withdraw weapons and support in a way that Biden never would. We know that because Matthew Miller of the State Department said we were going to do whatever Netanyahu told us to do, full stop. So is this too much of a dream that we just F off?
Well, you know, I was in Iran just in May, and I got to tour the aerospace park where Iran's IRGC puts on display their ballistic missiles, their drone program, which was mostly reverse engineered from captured U.S. and Israeli drones, their space program. They have a nascent space program, and their air defense program. And what astounded me was this is a country that has been under harsh sanctions since 1979. Its economy is completely cut off from the outside world, and even its regional neighbors refuse to provide it with military assistance. Everything there was produced domestically using domestic know-how, native know-how, whereas Israel's weapon systems, including its vaunted Iron Dome system, its Arrow system, relied on the U.S. taxpayer to fund them. And then throughout this war, Israel took for granted that the U.S. would send destroyers to the Red Sea and the Mediterranean to knock down Iranian ballistic missiles, that the U.S. and their Jordanian vassals would be taking down Iranian ballistic missiles. And so the U.S. was involved from the beginning directly in this war, just in a quote unquote defensive capacity, and only got involved offensively after Trump violated the will of the American public and his base in order to strike Iran on behalf of Israel. So it's obvious that Israel, the so-called Jewish state, cannot survive a second without the protection and funding of whatever Gentile authority is in Washington. As soon as, actually, Israel's foreign minister Gideon Sa'ar said this about a month ago. If U.S. weapons shipments are suspended, Israel will collapse and cease to survive. So that's how tenuous Israel's colonial existence is, whereas Iran has demonstrated it can survive virtually alone and still maintain status as a kind of regional power. So Israel's in a race against time right now, and that's why I think they're going to seek to reinitiate another conflict with Iran.
Max Blumenthal, head of the Gray Zone. Always great to see you, Max. Thank you so much, as always.
Thanks for having me on. Thanks.
While the markets are giving, as long as paper money keeps falling, if Iran doesn't surrender in 24 hours, all hell will break loose. And this morning he said, we have a ceasefire. And then he says they're fighting like children, and he uses the F-bomb, and he doesn't know what to do about it. Is the foreign policy of the United States now subordinated to the demands of Israeli leaders?
I think it's fair to say Trump used diplomacy with Iran as a ruse to provide cover for Israel's attack. He, even after Israel started bombing Iran, he then gave a 2-week deadline, which was also used as another ruse to facilitate his own bombing of Iran. And why would he care about bombing Iran? It's not in the interests of anyone's national security. Iran wasn't threatening the U.S. Iran, as its own intelligence agencies had concluded, did not have a nuclear weapons program. So why would he bomb Iran? Because Israel wanted it, and that's what his pro-Israel donors wanted. The Mary Matelson, it made them very happy. It made the rest of the world a more dangerous place. So yeah, it's safe to conclude from Trump's statements, even though today now he's saying he's mad at Israel, that the overall thrust of it certainly is subordinate to Israel.
When he told a reporter on Air Force One, and we've all seen this several times, referring to Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's testimony under oath, not her own opinion, but the consensus of the intelligence community that Iran did not have any nuclear weapons and hasn't been attempting to create one for 22 years. He told the reporter, "I don't care what she says. I believe otherwise." What was that otherwise belief based on? Information from Netanyahu, from this company called Palantir that the government pays hundreds of millions of dollars to surveil people?
It was based entirely on Israel and the spin that Israel was putting on already existing intelligence. The picture that you get from all the reporting that's come out from people who I've spoken to, also who Max Blumenthal spoke to, him and Anya Parnpol at the Gray Zone had a really big scoop at thegrayzone.com, speaking to a Trump administration official who told them that basically Israel was feeding the U.S. with the intelligence picture that Trump sees, which is that Iran is close to developing a nuclear weapon. And there are certain key figures in the administration, especially CIA Director John Ratcliffe, who are basically representing Israel's point of view. But this wasn't the point of view of the U.S. intelligence community. And recall, during Russiagate, people like John Brennan, James Clapper, they handpicked certain analysts and they cherry-picked intelligence. So a Trump supporter might look at that experience and say, well, based on that, why should we trust what the U.S. intelligence community says? This is far different because at this stage, when it comes to the assessment of Iran's nuclear weapons program or non-existent nuclear weapons program, what Tulsi Gabbard presented in March and still holds true today, that's the result of the consensus view of the intelligence community. So that's multiple agencies, many analysts, all coming to the same conclusion. So all that happened was Israel gave a different spin on the existing intelligence. They didn't have anything new to provide. I know for a fact from someone who I spoke to on the inside who said there's no intelligence assessment internally, even up until just a few days ago, that was saying that Iran is weeks away from being able to produce a nuclear weapon. So that all came from Israel, and that's who Trump chose to believe, not his own intelligence agencies.
Surprise, surprise, Netanyahu lied.
Yeah. That's right. And there's an article in the Washington Post today that explains why. It's nothing to do with Iran's nuclear energy program or its non-existent nuclear weapons program. This had to do with the fact that Netanyahu saw an opportunity because in previous Israeli attacks, Iran's air defenses took a hit, the ones last year. And so Netanyahu saw a narrow opportunity before Iran's defensive capability could be restored. So therefore, he seized the moment. That's what all this is about. Seizing a moment where Netanyahu and Trump perceived that Iran was weak and therefore more vulnerable to an act of aggression, which is what they carried out.
Why did Trump spend $100 million dropping 30,000-pound bombs on empty tunnels from which the nuclear material and their equipment had been safely extracted days and weeks before?
Well, this is where you have to enter into the realm of psychology and mental health. There's been reporting that basically Trump didn't like the fact that Israel was getting most of the credit on Fox News for the Israeli attacks on Iran. And so Trump wanted in. And normally you can maybe dismiss this stuff as just as deceptive leaks aiming to make Trump look bad. But based on his behavior, I think it's quite plausible that this was just part of this. He wanted to look tough. Maybe he thought in his head he could do some damage. But Iran knew this was coming. So as many of your guests have discussed, they moved out their enriched uranium prior to these strikes. So therefore leaving their stockpiles intact. So I think there's a psychological factor here, wanting to look tough on Fox News and get credit. And then there's the, what are political reasons? What's the strategic aim of trying to deprive Iran of its right to enrich uranium? Because we know it's not stopping a nuclear weapon because everybody knows Iran doesn't want a nuclear weapon, and they were negotiating in good faith to put that in a binding agreement, which Trump and Netanyahu sabotaged. Well, Max Blumenthal has talked about this. If you undermine Iran's ability to enrich uranium, then you're basically undermining their ability to meet the needs of their population. And what goal does that serve? It serves regime change. If there's unrest, if there's even more discontent on top of the existing sanctions that the U.S. has imposed, then if you deprive Iran of its right to produce energy and meet its domestic needs, you increase the chances of regime change. And there's also, I think, just the fact that Iran has tethered its right to enrich to an expression of its sovereignty. There's something psychological here in the eyes of foreign actors like Trump and Netanyahu, who just have such contempt for Iran's existence as a state that resists U.S.-Israeli dictates, that even an expression of Iran's sovereignty must be destroyed just to teach them a lesson. In the same way that when Hamas carried out a one-day operation on October 7th, Israel had to carry out a more than a year-and-a-half long genocide just to teach the natives a lesson, that you don't raise your heads to the masters of the region, which is Israel and the U.S.
Under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which of course the United States and Iran signed and Israel hasn't, wasn't whatever they were doing in those tunnels to enrich uranium lawful, monitored, and approved? Now, it was monitored and approved by a corrupt organization, which I'll ask you about in a minute. But there's no question but that Donald Trump attempted to, he didn't succeed, destroy a perfectly lawful activity in a sovereign country with no provocation.
It was completely lawful, and the Israeli-U.S. attack was completely criminal. Now, here's where tactically, I think Scott Ritter has raised a really interesting point, that tactically, even though Iran was acting lawfully, was it smart for them to do? And I'm not endorsing his argument, but I think he raises a fair point that's worth considering for those of us who want to look at this, in the most fair-minded way, and the most, in thinking like strategically, is what is the best way to handle pathological aggressors in the U.S. and Israel who are committed to your destruction? And Scott's argument is that by enriching at a higher level than is needed for peaceful purposes, because Iran was going up to 60%, that helped give Israel and the U.S. a pretext to bomb. Now, one could argue to the contrary, that the U.S. and Israel would have bombed no matter what. So whatever Iran did didn't matter. The Iranian argument was that we needed to enrich to 60% to give ourselves some leverage. But when you're dealing with, and this is where I think Scott's argument is worth considering, when you're dealing with pathological aggressors like the U.S. and Israel, whose entire strategic identity is oriented around destroying countries that aren't under their control, then you have to think about doing, or at least I think it's worth considering what Scott raises, which is not giving them any possible excuse that they can use to justify them attacking you. I think it's an interesting question that Scott's raised.
The murders of Iranian senior officials, not the Ayatollah, but senior Revolutionary Guard, senior scientists, senior military. The Economist magazine this morning, which is well worth reading. They have a bias, but it's a great publication. I've been devouring it since I was a teenager, which for me is a long time, is arguing that the next generation is far more hardline than the people who were killed, and Israel may very well have produced the opposite reaction from what it intended. Is that argument worth exploring?
Well, sure. I mean, when you only know Israel and the U.S. as being just violent aggressors, and not just in this current phase, but for a long time. I mean, look at the history of Israel, of the U.S. and Iran, and go back to 1953, the coup, U.S.-backed coup that overthrew a nationalist government that made the mistake of trying to use Iran's resources for its own people, not Western oil companies. So therefore, it was regime changed, and then the Shah, the violent tyranny of those years. And then, of course, the U.S. supporting Saddam Hussein in the 1980s in his war on Iran. And then, the many, many more years of aggression, including shooting down a civilian airliner and the sanctions. I mean, so people growing up with that, of course, you'll become even more hardline and defensive. And then, I think another, a related question is on the issue of nuclear weapons. So the Ayatollah, yes, he's issued this fatwa against nuclear weapons. When he goes, will a successor see the same, or even will he even change his mind now, given the persistent aggression of Israel and the U.S. and the use by the U.S. of diplomacy to further that aggression? So everything the U.S. and Israel has done will be to discourage diplomacy and encourage a harder line from Iran. And who can blame them for after what they've been through with Israel and the U.S.?
So apparently, whatever this ceasefire is, it's not reduced to writing, so it's not even a cognizable ceasefire. The Mossad doesn't think it pertains to them, because apparently they have said to Iranian generals, quit the regime in 12 hours or you and your family are next. We are closer to you now than the veins in your neck. This, according to Israeli sources came out this morning. Have you heard this?
Yeah, see, I believe this comes from the Washington Post. There's an article about this, and this is not a new threat as far as I know. I believe this threat from Israel to these top Iranian generals was issued right after Israel launched its attack on June 13th. And that's when these top Iranian generals were given this message, these phone messages from Israel saying, resign or we'll kill you. Now,
And your family.
And your family. Yes. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Did a single Iranian who received this threat resign? Did any of them do what Israel told them? No. And that speaks to the national pride that Iran has as a state with sovereignty that resists U.S.-Israeli aggression. So this story, on top of showing just how flagrantly in violation of international law is, Israel is by threatening people with violence and this is just classic terrorism basically. It also shows that Iran will not be bullied, and they've shown that in their response. I initially, again, military matters are not my forte. I have no insight into Iran's military capabilities, but just seeing how this has played out, I was surprised by how much damage they've done to Israel. It just surprised me based on the fact that they've been under assault for so long from Israel and the U.S. via sanctions and military strikes and other forms of warfare, being bogged down in Syria with the dirty war there, which was, by the way, a major point of the dirty war, not only to take out an ally of Iran, a member of the Axis of Resistance, but also just to bleed Iran and Hezbollah. So after all that, the fact that they were able to stay in the fight and inflict some serious damage in Israel, personally, it surprised me. And that plus the fact that these Iranian generals who were threatened by Israel didn't back down, it speaks to a resilience that the U.S. and Israel really underestimated.
Tell me about the IAEA, what it is, and the corruption of Mr. Grossi, I think his name is, who heads it.
Well, Iran has alleged via based on leaked documents that I have not actually seen, so I can't speak to their veracity, but they've alleged that Grossi was basically colluding with Israel and giving Israel the names, as far as I understand the allegation, of even some Iranian scientists. I don't know if that's true or not. What I do know is from my own experience, covering international watchdogs, namely the OPCW, the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, that these are heavily compromised. The OPCW was compromised first in the lead up to the Iraq War when John Bolton, then working for the Bush administration, engineered the ouster of Joseph Bustani, the OPCW chief, because Bustani was standing in the way of the Iraq War by trying to facilitate inspections that would have undermined the Bush administration's case for invading Iraq. And Bolton threatened Bustani. He threatened his job. He threatened his family. And Bustani revealed to me in an interview a few years ago, the U.S. bugged his office. So, and then ultimately, the intimidation campaign succeeded because basically the U.S. threatened enough people and also threatened the OPCW's budget. So finally, Bustani, right after he was elected for a second term, he was kicked out under U.S. orders. And then, of course, you have the OPCW cover-up scandal in which the OPCW suppressed its own investigation into an alleged chemical attack in Syria because the actual findings of the investigation undermined the allegation that the Assad government used chemical weapons, and their findings pointed to insurgents on the ground staging a false flag. And so that was compromised. The whistleblowers were censored, maligned. So the notion that an international watchdog could be compromised in the service of U.S. hegemony wouldn't surprise me at all. And by the way, funny story, after Joseph Bustani, the original OPCW director, after he was kicked out by the Bush administration, one of the people who came in to replace him as a deputy, not as the chief, but as a deputy to the chief, was Rafael Grossi, the new head of the IAEA. Now, does that mean he's corrupt? I don't know, but it's just a funny irony of history.
But this guy Grossi is the one who the Iranians allege, and you haven't seen the evidence. I don't know if there's evidence of this, has been passing what he learned about Iran onto Mossad.
That's what Iran says. I haven't seen the evidence for it. Again, I certainly don't rule it out based on how I've seen international watchdogs be corrupted. And also, moreover, even if he didn't do that, he did put out a report recently that was, I think you could argue it was disingenuous, and Israel used it to justify their case for attacking Iran. And then Grossi, after Israel and the U.S. attacked, tried to walk it back and say, no, we didn't have weapons. We didn't have evidence of a nuclear weapons program. But I think he was trying to save face after helping to serve Israel, whether he did so intentionally or not.
How much damage was caused to Israel by the Iranian retaliations for Israel's unprovoked attacks?
I can't speak to that, Judge, because Israel keeps a lot of that censored. So that maybe the fact that they've gone to such lengths to censor reporting on it speaks to great damage. But I just don't know. Certainly, I will say that as I said before, Iran did a lot more damage than I expected them to.
What damage did Netanyahu do to himself?
Well, that depends whether Trump is willing to distance himself from him. I mean, the issue now is, will Trump continue to try to enforce Netanyahu's ridiculous demands that Iran commit to zero enrichment, so therefore undermine its own sovereignty and energy needs, and also accept limits on its missile program, which there's no way Iran will accept now, especially after being attacked. I mean, they never would have accepted it to begin with, because who is the U.S. and Israel to try to impose limits on Iran's self-defense? But especially now, it's just ridiculous. So is Trump going to continue to act on behalf of Netanyahu or on behalf of the best interests of the U.S. and the world? And if Trump continues to enforce Netanyahu's maximalist red lines, then yeah, Netanyahu is fine, because he has the backing of his country. If you look at the Israeli political spectrum, did any Israeli leader criticize Netanyahu for attacking Iran? No. His opponents all applauded it. They're all on board. Even if you speak to critics, people call themselves critics of Netanyahu, the kind of people, Israelis, who will go on Al Jazeera and say critical things about Netanyahu, I haven't seen one of them to criticize Netanyahu, because they're all bought into this Israeli notion that we have to attack everybody constantly for our own self-defense.
Wow. What is your view of the validity of Trump's claim that there's a ceasefire? Or let me restate it.
Yeah.
Did Netanyahu seek the ceasefire because of the damage? Because we can conclude the intolerable damage to the Israeli state.
I think that's very fair to assume, especially also since, look, these people are so they're so bigoted and they're so driven by their supremacy that I think Netanyahu, it's fair to assume that he probably thought that maybe after a week or two of U.S.-Israeli bombing, the people of Iran would rise up and overthrow their government, that nobody would side with the government, and everybody would join Netanyahu, that they would listen to him after he called on them to rise up. I mean, the nerve of Netanyahu, as he's attacking a sovereign country, to tell the people there who he's bombing that he's on their side and wants freedom for them. And I think in his deluded mind, that's putting it very, very generously, he may have thought that bombing alone and bombing energy plants, bombing water facilities, that'll be enough to get the people to rise up against the government, which of course hasn't happened. So it's possible now that at this point, given that didn't happen, and given that Trump's airstrikes apparently did relatively a little damage to Iran's nuclear facilities, that he wants out now as well, because Iran has smartly kept its retaliation mostly on Israel. They did fire a symbolic amount of missiles at a U.S. military base in Qatar, but they clearly telegraphed that to avoid damage. They're focusing their ire on Israel. And so Netanyahu has every incentive to want to put a stop to hostilities if Trump will not continue to bail them out.
Before we go, today is the 1-year anniversary of the successful culmination of something for which you and I and Matt
Hello, Garland Nixon here, and we're going to have some discussions. Last night, my sound went out conspicuously when I started talking about a certain individual who had been on the business end of an Iranian missile strike. So perhaps we won't bring that issue up today. I'm sure it was just coincidence. At any rate, let's go. Let's talk. I think something that now just very related to this, and it's really, really critical, that needs to be discussed. So I'm going to throw it out there, and that is, don't get me wrong, I got to throw this in here. I think it is important for everybody to keep in mind what's happening to the Palestinians, the plight of the Palestinians, the terrible, horrible, annihilation of these people. It's the worst thing in the world. It is unthinkable. It is, I could go on and on about it. And one of the terrible things I think that happens is as we get to discussing all these other things, Iran, Russia, China, the Straits of Hormuz, and all of that, people forget that there is an entire group of people that are being genocided, that people are being starved, that they're literally putting food out as bait for starving people and then machine gunning the starving people while they go for the food. So we must always keep in mind the horror of this genocide going on and continue to bring that up, continue to talk about it, continue to fight against it. All right, let's keep going. Let's talk about Israel. I think, you know, in the same way that one of the terms I'll use is Project Ukraine, right? And when it comes to the empire, you'll hear me use this word a lot, Project Ukraine, Project Israel, right? For years, people have referred to Israel as the Zionist project. And the reason being is, and as we know, it's been given away time and time again, from Alexander Haig to RFK Jr. to Joe Biden, who would say it's our unsinkable aircraft carrier. Well, right now, I think it's been hit by hypersonic missiles and it's got a big hole in it. But Joe Biden saying if Israel did not exist, then we'd have to invent it. His exact words, if it didn't exist, we'd have to invent it to address our interest in the reach. And the truth is, as much as I know people don't want to believe this, that the tail's wailing the dog, Israel controls the United States. I might even foolishly said it in a fit of anger. The truth of the matter is that tails don't wag dogs, that the U.S., that to accept that Israel is dragging in the United States around is to say the United States wouldn't do these terrible things that Israel is doing them, that this entity is doing them. It is to completely misinterpret the reality of what's going on and to take some of the responsibility for the horrible deeds that Israel does away from the U.S. But you only need to look at what the U.S. has done around the world and to understand that, sadly, horrifyingly, this is one of the smaller genocides. It's literally, if you just count pure numbers. Now, this is the most blatant, and it is not being hidden, and it is a psychotic group of people at this point, a sociopathic group of people we have that are literally out celebrating the genocide of others. But this is what the U.S. empire does. And I could go on from country to country, you know, and we'd end up with the same thing. So this is what they do. They're probably surprised that the American people are upset. They're probably saying, I can't believe it. We've done far worse genocides than this. Why is this one bothering you? So Israel is, in fact, a project of the U.S. empire. It's a Zionist project to maintain control of the oil-rich region of the world. That's what it is. I know people don't want to believe that. Okay, fair enough. Believe what you want. Let's continue. There's a problem. There's a hole below the waterline for this project because the project is based on a number of pillars of a narrative, and the pillars have been obliterated. The pillars are gone. So how can the project continue without the pillars necessary to keep it? You know, Project Ukraine, think about that. Project Ukraine, the Zionist project. If you look at them, let me add this. Ukraine, what did the U.S. do since the 1950s? It went in there. It supported, in this Ukrainian project, right? It supported the Banderites. The ones that were in danger, it brought them here. It strengthened them here. It had camps to train them. There's one up in New York, in Canada, whatever, right? So what they did was they supported and expanded a fascist ideology, an ideology that is founded on the hatred of Russians first and foremost. We hate the Russians, and we need to wipe out all the Russians, ethnically cleanse them from Eastern Ukraine. The U.S. supported this. The U.S. has strengthened this. The U.S. has made this, even though in reality, in sheer numbers, it is a minority as far as political power. It was a minority as far as political power in Ukraine because of the U.S. and its allies, vassals, whatever you want to call them. It became the dominant political power. How else could a minority, a numerical minority, become the political majority and the political powerhouse? They couldn't do it. They did it because the U.S. said part of our project is these ethno-supremacist Western Ukrainian Nazis. Okay, need I go to Israel? right? Ethno supremacy. We are the chosen people, and the Palestinians are not, obviously. So it's okay to do whatever you want. And they've got land, which you could call Eastern Ukraine, you could call it Gaza, whatever you want. And we're going to take it, we're going to keep it, and we'll ethnically cleanse all of them. We'll kill them all. And that's what they're doing without mercy, and celebrate killing them all, right? Now, here's a couple of things. The pillars of the Zionist project, if that's what you want to call it, whatever you want to call it, this project, the Israeli project, the pillars, and I wrote a couple of them down. One of them is this, that around the world, Jewish people are not safe because there's anti-Semitism. Now, if in fact you're living off of that argument, right? If in fact your argument is Jews aren't safe anywhere in the world because there's anti-Semitism, then you want lots of anti-Semitism. You want it to happen. You want it because every time they find an instance of anti-Semitism, it's like, there you go, that's it. All Jews need to move to Israel. You all got to come because you're not safe here. You're not safe in the United States. You're not safe in Europe. You're not safe anywhere. Now, there's a contradiction in that you're arguing that Jews aren't safe in Europe and Jews aren't safe in the United States because there's too much anti-Semitism, and Israel is protected by the United States and Israel, the place where they can't even live because there's too much anti-Semitism. So there's some blatant contradictions in the argument, right? In fact, the Jews have to leave Europe because of the Holocaust. However, the Holocaust was perpetrated by Europeans. Again, contradictions. The people who committed a Holocaust are going to look out for the Jews to make sure there's not another Holocaust, and they're going to do that by sticking them over in the Middle East and causing great arguments and enmity and fights between them and all the other people there. That doesn't sound like they're looking out for the Jewish best interest, because they're not. Because it is an imperial project, and the Jews were effectively, in my opinion, human shields for U.S. and European colonialism, imperialism, warmongering, globalism, whatever you want to call it. Okay. So the argument is, keep in mind, you can't be over there. You can only be here because it's safe here. It ain't safe there now, is it? It's not safe there. See, there is an accompanying narrative that's critical. The accompanying narrative is this, and this, so both of these obviously collapsed simultaneously, right? Subsequently, however you want to put it, right? Here's the accompanying narrative. Think about this. This is important. And again, a contradiction that was due at some point to run into reality. The Jews are not safe anywhere but here in Israel, so they should leave and come to Israel, where they are safe. This was about safety. This is where Jewish people are safe. Part two, we're surrounded by these Arabs that are just crazy people that want to kill us for no reason. They just hate Jews and they all want to kill us, right? That was the narrative. We're safe here in this little teeny country the size of New Jersey. But surrounding us everywhere are crazy, irrational savages that just want to kill us because we're Jewish. Here's the last part of it. But they can't, because we have military supremacy, because we can squash any of them like a flea, and they all know it, and they're all scared to death of us all the time, right? So that's the narrative that goes with Jews must all come here where they're safe in Israel. They got to come here where they're safe. We're surrounded by Arabs that want to kill us, but they can't, because we have absolute supremacy, and we have, they said, they use the word deterrence. Whenever the U.S. government uses, or the U.S. Empire or the colonialists use the word deterrence, they mean domination. We have deterrence. That means we're creating fear and domination through violence and or the threat of violence. That's what that is. Now, how's that looking right now? Number one, it ain't safe. The place is it's been turned to rubble. Right? Oh, nobody can get you. Remember this, we got the Iron Dome. We've got David Sling, right? They literally named their air defense systems after, from the Old Testament. Why? Because that was part of the Jewish narrative. What it really meant was this, and this is why they named these things: the Iron Dome, David Sling, Operation whatever, something to do. All of their operations usually named with something to do with biblical, scriptural, Old Testament. The Jews are the chosen people. It has something like that, right? Because it all supports, we are the chosen people. Therefore, God will protect us. God will protect us by giving us the best military. God will protect us by giving us the best equipment. God will protect us by giving us David's sling. Think about David versus Goliath. Think about the David, I'm the little guy, versus Goliath, the big guy. And what is his sling? The story of David using a slingshot to take down the giant, right? The which he had no chance. The little old guy who had no chance to fight the big guy. Guess what? He's got a slingshot. He's going to use that to kill and stop the big guy. David's sling. The metaphorical name for this was obvious. It was propaganda. Everyone, the golden, what is it, dome or whatever, I don't know, system, things like that, right? The Iron Dome. I don't know why that was named, but I guarantee you could go somewhere in the Old Testament and find something about something iron and dome. All this stuff sounds like Old Testament stuff. Why? It pushes this narrative. The narrative is, we are the chosen people. God will protect us. That's what it is. We are the chosen people. God will protect us. And God will protect us by giving us this great military. And we must name all of this military stuff with Old Testament stuff. Okay. Now, they attacked Iran. David attacked Goliath. Iran is 78 times larger, right? So than Israel. So therefore, certainly God is going to, the Iron Dome is going to work, is going to work clearly, right? The Iron Dome is going to work. David's sling is going to work because we're David. We're 78 times smaller than them, but we have such great power. A, will defeat them, and B, God will protect us with David's sling. We're David. We got a sling. It'll protect us from these things. God will protect us. That's part of we are the chosen people, all that kind of stuff. And what happened? David's sling was David's sieve, right? The Iron Dome was, done. It was worthless. The Old Testament metaphors ran into modern technology, hypersonic missiles and drones. So you can sit around and chant all your Old Testament chants you want to. When the Iranians started throwing hypersonic missiles and drones and flooding the zone, as they say, guess what? They blew the hell out of the Israelis. They got hit. This was propaganda. It was always a bunch of propaganda, and the propaganda was aimed at the Israeli people. How else could you convince? Can you see that? Now you're going to convince Garland. Hey, Garland, it's not safe for you. Okay, here's where we want you to move. We want you to move into this little town. Okay, that looks like a nice town. I get to live there. And you get free college, you get free health care, you get all the free things you want. Garland starts thinking, it sounds a little suspicious, almost too good to be true. And they say, now, Garland, when you get there, you're going to be well protected. Why? And you will have to be, because all the communities around your little town are KKK members, and they want to put a rope around your stinking neck and hang you. I'm going to go, time out. Excuse me. You mean to tell me I get this wonderful place that I get to live, and I get free health care, free this, free that? It's great. It sounds like a socialist heaven. Wow, this is great. I get all the things that the Americans can't get, and they'll pay for it.
Click this again. My shit.
thinking, it sounds a little suspicious, almost too good to be true. And they say, now, Garland, when you get there, you're going to be well protected. Why? And you will have to be, because all the communities around your little town are KKK members, and they want to put a rope around your stinking neck and hang you. I'm going to go, time out. Excuse me? You mean to tell me I get this wonderful place that I get to live, and I get free health care, free this, free that? It's great. It sounds like a socialist heaven. Wow, this is great. I get all the things that the Americans can't get, and they'll pay for it. Oh, how great. But there's KKK members all around you, and they want to hang you. I think I'll try to make it here in Pasadena, Maryland. Think about it. Who would take that? But what they said was, but you have total domination because you have a military that can protect you. Okay, still don't sound like a good deal if you want the truth. Garland's gonna, I think I'll stay here in Pasadena, Maryland, and do the best I can. But whatever, I'm not a religious zealot. So then a lot of people go there. Okay, we're gonna go there. Okay, so that's what they got. And what happens? The Iron Dome gets un-Iron Domed. I'm sorry, but my phone was about to ring. And I better. The Iron Dome gets exposed. Their defensive capabilities get exposed. And something happens that has never happened before. The Israelis were the ones who threw missiles at other people. They bombed other people. They bombed homes. People died. If you're a settler, you ain't worried about it. You're here. Now, don't get me wrong. After October 8th, things ain't been so good for them because they've been at war and things have been deteriorating worse and worse and worse. They've been losing, all they are now, all Israel is a proxy war machine for the U.S. empire. They've been at war for 20 months, and it don't look like they're coming out anytime soon. It's just a place that told people they were safe, and now they're just nonstop at war forever, no way out. And a lot of the Jewish people who have dual citizenship are getting the hell out. And why wouldn't they? Right? Okay. So the last straw comes. Iran starts pummeling them at will. Can they get some shots on Iran? Yes, they can. Can they? But even though you get some shots in, no matter what, Iran's 78 times bigger than you. You got to get 78 shots on Iran to equal every one shot they get on you. That's the truth. Everything they got, you're outgunned 78-1 for every punch you throw at them. You can't win that. So what happens? The Iranians, which you could have saw this coming after what the Iranians did to them last, fall and last spring, but whatever. Apparently they didn't. They thought they were going to, what they always think. We're going to go to this country. We're going to cause chaos and mayhem, and then the people will rise up and overthrow the government, right? That's always the game that never works. So now, look where they are. God's going to protect us because we're the chosen people. He ain't doing so good, is he? And now, it's not a God thing. It's not a religious thing, because this was never a religious project. This was a project of empire. This was a project of colonialism. This was a project of world domination of the empire. And they just had to brainwash all the Israelis enough that they would play their part in the play. And they played their part in the play. And guess what? The jig is up. The jig is up. They got to be asking themselves, why didn't God protect us? David's sling didn't sling. All of the propaganda of Iron Domes and David slings and naming your missiles things that sound, a certain way, all of that stuff, none of it's any good. None of it works. It's all shot, right? So they got major problems, I'll say this. And I just don't see how Israel can continue in the direction it's going, because I don't think the people, I'll put it like this, the people there, I think, are going to leave. And I don't think they're going to come back knowing now that they're not safe there. And they're never going to be safe there. They have been convinced that all of the Arabs in the area want to kill them. And I'll just say this, from the fact that missiles are coming in, blowing up everywhere, that's going to substantiate that fear that has been driven into their heads. I mean, certainly nobody's discussing the intricacies of why they're at war. I mean, you're bombing everybody, killing everybody, and committing genocide. Perhaps the people in the region might not like that, but they're not going to get that half of the argument story. The only thing they're going to get is they want to kill you, okay? But the fact that not only are you not militarily dominant in the region, you don't have the capability to defend yourself at all. You can't defend yourself from surface-to-surface missiles. No defense. And the Iranians kept saying, look, it was like this. The Iranians were saying to the U.S., look, we're waiting for you. Your little chumps there, we'll deal with them. We'll throw some missiles in. We'll shut their mouths. They don't worry us. We're not scared of them. They're a joke. But America, when you come calling, we're going to be ready for a fight. Did Iran, as the Chinese said, the Irans had a very powerful sword and a weak shield, in that they have some holes in their air defense system. I suspect now they will, in fact, I'm almost positive, but I don't know anything for positive, but I suspect now that they will, in fact, accept help from the Russians in reinforcing their air defense system immediately, because they have some holes in their air defense system. But the thing about it, even though they do have holes in their air defense system, they're willing to take a punch, because what they're saying is, I'm willing to take punches because you're going to take harder punches than me. So I'm going to have to take punches. Fair enough. This is a fight. In a fight, you got to take punches. That's the thing about the Iranians. They're willing to take a punch in a fight. And if you got somebody that's willing to take a punch in a fight, then they're going to be hard to beat. Because even though you land some blows, they're going to keep going. Let me continue. I also think there's another very, very important dynamic here that is going to make it very difficult for when I say for Israel to survive, here's precisely what I mean. I'll be very, 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 very clear about it. What Israel has to do now is two things. Israel has to convince the people who are in Israel, now that things are opening back up, not to get the hell out, and good luck with that. And they have to convince the people who have escaped that godforsaken hellhole, which now is just, blasted to pieces, bombs everywhere. And if you're an Israeli, you're like, does this thing start back up? What happens if it starts back up? I could be killed. Civilians died. Civilians were injured and maimed. People were running around like mice, right? You're going to say to yourself, who wants to go back into a war zone, number one? And as I always say, even if you die, insurance does not cover death in a war zone. So if you're an Israeli and you have life insurance and one of those missiles hit and you die, that life insurance doesn't pay. If you got life insurance, read your policy. They don't pay in prison. They don't pay if in the commission of a crime. They don't pay in a war zone. Most of them, if you read these contracts, which I'm very familiar with these contracts, if you read most of them, if you buy a life insurance, if a person commits suicide, they don't pay for the first 2 years. A person has to have it 2 years because, of course, they do a lot of numbers. And what they show is if a person's going to buy a life insurance policy to commit suicide and then kill themselves, if they don't do it within 2 years, then they weren't that suicidal. They probably ain't going to do it. But these are things that are in every insurance policy. Here's my point. If you're an Israeli, you're screwed. Even if you croak, nobody gets insurance money. Nothing. You're screwed. If you got a business, if you in Israel, do you really want to go back and rebuild it? I've got a shop, I got a business, I own a mall, I own something, I own some towers that were built, whatever, right? I own it. Do I really want to go back and rebuild it, not knowing, like put my money out, take loans out, do all of this stuff to rebuild my business, my company, whatever, when I can do it in New York or New Jersey or Paris or wherever, Moscow, when I can invest my money in? Who the hell wants to invest money in Israel now, knowing that, number one, if I'm a company and I go invest in Israel, I don't know if the war's going to start. I don't know if the people are going to come back. And most likely, if it starts back, I'm going to do all this money to build something, and then it's going to get blown to smithereens. Oh, did I mention that people all over the world are going to be boycotting me, saying, I don't want anything to buy anything from you because you're an Israeli company, and now I'm going to be facing BDS? Do I really want to deal with that? It's not worth it. As they say, the squeeze ain't worth the juice. That's not a good investment. Who tells somebody to invest that money? So Israel's in deep and serious trouble. And I don't know how they come out of that. I don't know how they convince people something that's absolutely critical to the survival of Israel. And one need only look at Ukraine. What did the Ukrainians believe all along? Alexei Arestovich came out a while back, and he was a former Ukrainian government. I think he was like effectively the minister of propaganda. And he said, we knew that in order to get into NATO, that it was going to take a big war against Russia, that we were going to have to go to war with Russia, that was the price we would pay to get in NATO. That's what he said. What's interesting is this, that they believed that they would get into NATO, that they believed that the US empire, one thing, two things. Number one was telling them the truth, but they also believed what the poor saps in Taiwan believe, that if we get hammered by this superpower next door, the Americans will step in. A lot of Taiwanese, actually the Taiwan people, the Chinese people in Taiwan actually believe that. They believe that if they get hammered by the Chinese, the US will step in to defend them. When in fact, some people in the US have literally said, well, if China attacks Taiwan, we need to blow up TSMC. We need to blow up the critical infrastructure in Taiwan just so the Chinese can't have it. What the hell kind of friend is that? Hey, I tell you what, Garland, if somebody attacks you, I'll stab you myself just to make sure that they don't get the glory of killing you. That ain't much of a friend. Well, the Ukrainians believed once we get in this, the Americans will come in. Hello. Which brings me to the Zionist, the Israeli, whatever you want to call it, project, imperial colonial project. The foundation of their strength was, we are a dominant military power in the region because we are fully armed by the United States militarily and economically. And if things get really bad for us, we have a guarantee that the US will come in and fight and die for us. That was the final backstop for Israel. The backstop was American military hegemony. If in fact we get into deep and serious caca, guana, kimchi, and all those funny things, if we get in that stuff, we can say the Iranians are pounding us. They're just, because what did everybody say? Everybody said, look, the Israelis are going to attack and they're going to drag the US into it, which I would argue something very, very different, since I think that they are a project of the US, but whatever. And apparently, from what I hear, the CENTCOM chief, Carrillo, or whatever his name is, guaranteed the Israelis, don't worry, you do this. It's been highly reported. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But I think it was axiomatic, shall we say. I think it was self-evident to many people that if the Israelis got in a scramble and it wasn't working out well for them, they could call Uncle Scam and say, okay, we've started a fight. They could go pick a fight with a big guy, and that they would have the backup of the US, right or wrong. Look, I always tell things like that. I had an instance like that one time when I was in law enforcement, and I had somebody I walked into a bar with a guy. And at the time, I was young, probably in my 30s, lifting weights and strong and young and tough, right? And walked in with a guy who was a little scrawny guy. Not that I'm that big. I was probably 200. I think I was 202 at that age in my mid-30s, about 202 pounds. But it was all muscle because I lifted weights. That's all we did was lift weights right back then, me and my buddies. So I walked in, and the guy that I happened to be run into and was kind of hanging out with literally says to somebody else, oh yeah, you fight me, you fight Garland too. And he points to me, and I'm like, you know what I mean? I got a beer. I'm like, yeah. And I hear, yeah, you fight me, you fight Garland. What the hell? Like hell, right? I got the hell out of there. I'm like, this guy is going to get my ass kicked. Because you know what's going to happen? He's going to start the fight and he's going to run out and I'm going to get beat to hell by 10 guys. I don't think so. But that was Israel. I can get drunk. I can start a fight. I can be wrong. And I'll say, look behind me. Mess with me, my big brother's going to beat you up. So that was the foundation. That was the backstop. American military power. So what happened? They get in the fight exactly as they suspected, exactly as they planned, exactly as some of the neocons in America had promised them. You go do it. And I'll guarantee you that people had said to Netanyahu, you get this fight started, we'll make sure we get it behind you. We've been looking for this for a long time. Netanyahu goes in, ha, ha, ha. Things didn't quite work out as well as he wanted, right? Not quite where he wanted to work out. And he was getting pummeled. But that's okay. That's fine, because he knew the backstop was there. I'm calling for the cavalry. Hey, Trump, send in the cavalry. So what did we see? We see armadas of ships, tankers, a B-2, 3, 4, 5, B-10 bomber, everything's in the region. And Netanyahu's just rubbing his hands together because he says, ooh, Iran, now you're going to get it. Now Uncle Scam is here, and he is going to put it on you. I started the fight knowing I might not be able to beat you, but I could care less because now Uncle Sam's in and he's going to demolish it.
Salute, Frank.
Uncle Sam looked at things and kind of waited, right? Like, oh, crap, they're going to blow up all of our bases. And they're probably going to close the Straits of Hormuz and collapse the derivatives market. And all these speculators are going to lose everything. Ooh, and then how are we going to print money then? You know what I mean? Look, these finance capital guys in the city of London and these finance capital guys in Wall Street might have been like getting cold feet, like, oh, this could go really, really bad. And the Iranians, at this point, what did they realize? And this was what the Iranians did. The Iranians sent a clear message, and the message is this: we're in the fight. We're going to fight. I don't care if you threaten me. And they threatened with nukes. Remember Ben-Gvir? Yes, they should remember Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What was that? That was a veiled threat. We'll nuke you. And that was, at that point, the Iranians were supposed to go, oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, no, we better sue for peace. We better give them everything they want. The Iranians never did that. The Iranians said, look, what's going to happen is what's going to happen. We can't control what you're going to do. Maybe you will nuke us. If you nuke us, you'll pay a price like you could never imagine. Number one, the entire world will come down on you. Number two, we've already told you, you can forget the Straits of Hormuz. That's done. That's over. Number one. Number two, if you nuke us, all of your buddies around the Gulf with all this infrastructure, you've already seen that there's nothing you can do to stop our missiles. You've seen that. And we got bases in the mountains that can fire missiles night and day for months. All infrastructure, all oil infrastructure will be obliterated, and every missile we got will drop on it. We will turn Tel Aviv using conventional weapons. We'll walk missiles from one end. We will carpet bomb Tel Aviv with missiles. Oh, by the way, don't you have a nuclear power plant? We'll hit that thing with so many missiles, it'll melt down. So you'll have a meltdown. You'll have Chernobyl in a country that's the size of Chernobyl. You know what I mean? You're done. So the Iranians basically said, we ain't scared. If we're going to go down, we're all going down. So you're going to take me out. Everybody's taken out. And of course, the Israelis have the Samsonite bluff, and the Samson bluff. I'm calling it the Samsonite because now that's what the Israelis have been saying for a while. That's what the Israeli citizens are exercising, the Samsonite option. They're packed in their stuff and getting the hell out of there, and they ain't ever coming back. What we found was the Samson option turned into the Samsonite option, right? But my point is, the Iranians stood their ground, and the Iranians said, look, you can do what you're going to do. If you're going to throw everything you have, don't threaten. You can threaten to nuke us. That ain't going to stop us. We're not going to react to threats because we will nuke you and your Uncle Scam both. We will nuke Uncle Scam as far as economically. We'll nuke the empire economically. And the empire knows that if these things happen, that it's over for the empire. They also know that their worst fear will come true. And they started seeing their worst fear. Don't you think that people like us do not have an effect? And here's what I mean. Always remember this. The ruling elite's biggest fear is effectively some form of the French Revolution. They look historically, and what they see is every now and then, when the people get pissed off enough, and whether the revolution works out well or not is one thing. One thing's for sure. is the guillotines are coming out, is they're going to take out their anger on the ruling elite. So the ruling elite know if we collapse the economy in a country where everybody's got guns, they're going to kill us. If the United States wakes up tomorrow and all of this crap they did in the Middle East, and they wake up tomorrow and they say, we're in a depression, not a recession. 1929 will be a kind, good, wonderful blunt times, but compared to what you're going to affect. And if people say, when are we going to come out of it? They'll say, well, you're not really going to come out of it, to tell you the truth. This is the new reality, simply because the nuclear weapons have gone off in the Middle East. And of course, unfortunately, there's been contamination across the oil fields. So nobody can really go in there and work the oil fields anymore. That's over. Those oil fields are done. Russia's oil fields are looking pretty good, though. Russia's going to do pretty good. China and these other countries that are associated with Russia that have oil, they'll be fine. Oh, by the way, because Israel used nukes, nobody will do business with us. Nobody will sell or buy from us. So we're kind of screwed. So the bottom line is this: you're an impoverished hellhole. That's what America is now. They knew good and well that they'd all be killed. They knew good and well, the ruling elite knew that they were dead men if that happened. Literally dead men. And I think they got shook. And I think the fact that Iran stood their ground and said, you know, the Israelis threatened everything. Uncle Sam's going to come in. Iranians said, okay, well, we can't control that, but you got to fight on your hands, but we'll do what we got to do. You're going to play your cards. We got some significant cards to play. Do you really want us to play them? We'll play them if we have to. Remember, after the bombings, after the fake bombings of the U.S., the Iranians started sending out signals that they were considering closing the Straits of Hormuz. Signals that, hey, we may have to close the Straits of Hormuz, dude. So, not saying we're going to do it. And even talking about it had effect. Ships started turning around. They were block jamming GPS in the region. Now, there were people saying, oh, they can't find their way through. Yeah, they could find their way. You know, look, if you're the captain of a ship, you can get where you need to be with no GPS. I'll put it to you like this. I'm pretty good with navigation. Now, I mean, not like the captains of these ships. The captains of these ships, generally, most of them can do celestial navigation. They can use a sextant. I mean, these people are real. If you're the captain of one of these big freight carrying ships, you know your stuff and you can get from point A to point B. Okay. I could take out a chart and get you through and get on a boat, and I could get you through the Straits of Hormuz with no problem at all, with no electronics in the foggiest of fog. Of course, the only problem in the fog would be that you'd be worried about slamming into another ship. But as long as your radar was working, you'd be fine. So the fact that GPS is jammed for people who can navigate, that doesn't really mean anything. They can get through. But of course, as we've discussed here on this channel, and by we, I mean me, force majeure, wherein a insurance company says if there is a earthquake, something terrible, a war, anything like that, something happens in a region, they can declare force majeure and say, we're not going to cover you because there's some act of God, nature, whatever you want to call it. So as soon as this went down, I guarantee you there were insurance companies contacting shipping lines saying, we ain't covering you. In fact, Maersk lines stopped delivering to Haifa, right? Why did they stop delivering to Haifa? What they said was, well, it's just too dangerous. What they didn't say was, well, bombs are hitting Haifa, missiles are hitting Haifa. And our insurance company called and declared force majeure. Our insurance company called and said, "Hey guys, as it says in on page 122, section A, paragraph 4B, yeah, if there is a war zone declared, insurance will not be covered for anything. We declare that area a war zone, so forget it." I guarantee you that's what happened to Maersk Line, and it was beginning, and the phone calls were going out to the other shipping lines as far as the Straits of Hormuz. And keep in mind something: there's something terrible also. If the Straits of Hormuz get closed, and you don't know how long, if a ship goes in, and let's say they go up to Saudi Arabia or wherever the hell, and they're going to go up to Saudi Arabia, and they're going to get some oil. They go up. This ship, they got $10 million worth of oil on the ship. The ship's worth $200 million. They turn around, they start going out. Iran says, we've closed it. That means you can't come in and you can't get out. Now you have a ship, and that ship makes money, and it has to make money. And now you're paying for the ship. You're paying to keep the ship running. You're paying all the expenses for the ship, and the ship can't get out of the Straits of Hormuz to go pick up other things. So generally what you'll have is, the equivalent of a credit default swap, right? What you'll have is you'll have insurance that says if something happens where your loads can't be carried, that your insurance company will cover that. So you can't carry $10 million worth of oil consistently. Your insurance company says, we'll give you the $10 million for each load until you can, normally, except in a war zone. So if your ship goes inside the Straits of Hormuz, and then it's declared a war zone, even though your ship ain't gonna get blown up, you can't get out of the war zone. You can't get past the Straits of Hormuz to leave and to go do other things. So now you're gonna have all these ships trapped inside the Persian Gulf, can't get out into the ocean. None of them are making money. If you're a shipping company, you ain't sending your ships in there. So my point being, when the Iranians played that card, what was the U.S. empire going to do? The U.S. empire had to. So the bottom line is this. I end it here with that particular phase of this discussion. Last but not least, the Uncle Scam backstop. Jewish people, come here where you'll be safe. And we got David Sling, and we got the Iron Dome, and all these things to protect you from all of these people around that surround us that want to kill us. We have absolute escalatory dominance in the region, and everybody fears us. And if somebody's stupid enough to attack us, we'll call Uncle Sam, and he'll send in the cavalry. You don't have escalatory dominance, and there ain't no cavalry. Why? And if the people in the area, they didn't hate you before, but you're committing a genocide, now they really do. Who the hell in their right mind, who lives in Brooklyn, New York, the Jewish guy, he's got a wife and 3.5 kids in a minivan. Why would he leave the relative safety of Newark, New Jersey? Why? To go to a war zone? I don't think that's going to happen. And is he going to come back? I don't think that's going to happen. So I think what we're looking at is the collapse of the project. I think that project falls apart. And what we're also seeing is this, as far as the whole issue of Zionism. They have so permeated the American political scene that American politics are no longer rational. Not that they ever were, but they're not rational regarding Zionism. And so they have so controlled, like Hollywood, Zionism. What we're seeing is Zionism. And you're not, if you say I don't say the Jewish people, I say Zionists. Zionism, which is a political ideology, in my opinion, and it is a political ideology that was created by the British and the American imperial peoples, leaders, ruling elite, a lot of money, dominating American politics, dominating a lot of spheres of American society, including, media, and including Hollywood, and including the Congress, right? And it's beneficial for the empire. Not just, to be quite frank, it's not very beneficial for Jews at all. It's the opposite. But for the empire wants to control the oil-rich region of the world, and they need their unsinkable aircraft carrier, which has been sunk. They need their unsinkable aircraft carrier to control that, and to keep people supporting that. A lot of very, very wealthy ruling elite people invested a lot of money in Hollywood, invested a lot of money in the news, in the industries, invested newspapers, on and on and on, to keep the Zionist project, the Israeli project, secure. And now it couldn't be more insecure. And something even worse has happened for them too, because they got to maintain the narrative. they have infuriated a lot of people who supported them. The fact of the matter is that Americans, sadly and unfortunately, like to believe that they live in some kind of a democracy, some kind of a bottom-up democracy where the people vote in some president or member of Congress or whatever the hell, and that person then advocates on behalf of the voters. Well, what the Americans are finding out is this, that ain't the case. That no matter who they vote in, that now Americans will say, whoever you vote in worked for Israel. Well, you could make that argument, but only in the broader context of the U.S. empire. Whoever they voted in worked for the military-industrial complex. Whoever they voted in worked for Israel, in that it's an imperial project. Whoever they which any part of any one of the pillars of the U.S. empire, keeping 900 bases around the world, keeping Ukraine going and trying to take out Russia, trying to take out China with an economic war against China, on and on and on. Whoever you vote for works for the empire, and those are the pillars of the empire. So yeah, you're right. They work for Zionism. They work, but they also work for the military-industrial complex. They also work to ensure that the skids are constantly greased for the think tank complex. They use that so when you get fired from government or leave your college or you leave your whatever it is, you can go get a job in a think tank. You can go get a job in the military-industrial complex. You can go get a job in academia. They make sure there's always a golden parachute where you can always go and get paid. They got it set up so that even when you lose, you win, right? You get fired, you lose. You can say to Congressman Nixon, we need you to support Zionism. And if I say, but the people in my area they'll only throw me out. They won't vote for me. I'll lose. Don't worry about that. What are you making? 170,000 in Congress. Here's what we'll do. We'll give you a job working for this think tank. We'll pay you 800,000 a year. And the only thing you'll have to do is every now and then show up for a board meeting or something once or twice a year. And every now and then you'll go on MSNBC to explain why we should support Israel or Ukraine or whatever the hell the latest move is. How's that sound? At that point, I want to lose. At that point, I'm like, well, what can I do to lose? I get 800,000 a year and I don't have to do anything yet. So they have to support that complex. All of those things are part of the machine. And Israel is one of the cogs in the machine. Some people view it as the hub, some people don't. And I think what the machine says is sees Israel to say, that's where the oil is. And we have to have something there to keep the oil. So I think there will be some discussion as to how to reorient Israel to the region so they can still keep them there. But the Zionist part of it, I think, has been exposed, has been weakened, and is falling apart. But I'll end by saying this. The important thing I think that we need to do is keep the people of Palestine, of occupied Palestine, in our minds, in our discussions. And no matter how much we discuss these things, we must continue to fight against this horrific genocide that's going on. We must continue to keep our eyes and our minds and our focus on how we can address the reality that as we speak, as we discuss this, that literally there are people, men, women, and children being bombed, killed, machine gunned, and starved to death in the most horrific way you could ever imagine. Thank you very much. Let me do this.
Today is Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, and our friend Scott Rader is back with us. Welcome back, Scott.
Thanks for having me.
Let's get started with the ceasefire. It was amazing to see that Donald Trump announcing that it was a ceasefire. Right after he announced it, Israel attacked Iran. Then Iran attacked Israel in the last minutes of ceasefire coming in effect. What has happened? What's your take on what has happened?
Well, I mean, I liken this to two children who, they keep hitting each other. You got to be last. No, you're last. You're last. Hopefully it's come to an end. I don't know. What I can infer from what's happening is that neither Israel nor Iran want to continue this conflict. Israel has not accomplished its goals and objectives, and neither has Iran. Iran was making statements about how they could continue this forever. They were ready to launch missiles forever. And yet, at the first opportunity, they took it. They said, yep, we'll do the ceasefire. And Israel was begging the United States to get a ceasefire in place. And what this tells me is that both sides have been hurt badly, and they don't want to continue this war. And that speaks volumes to the lack of preparedness on the part of each nation. If you remember Pepe Escobar back in October of last year, whenever True Promise 2 took place, he wrote an article about how an F-35 was lit up by Iranian air defense and had to run away because those Iranians, they had the whole thing locked down. S-400s in place, Russian air defense, Su-35, none of that existed, and nor does it exist now. The Iranian air defense was inadequate, absolutely inadequate. The Israelis defeated it. And the Israelis, while I'm not going to quite buy into total air supremacy, the fact is Israel was able to put bombs on targets anywhere it wanted to in Iran. And that speaks volumes, because that means that Israel was doing real harm to Iran. Well, not fatal harm. Iran was able to continue to launch its strikes, but the Iranian notion that they could ride out this attack indefinitely, I think the Iranians didn't have confidence in that posture. Israel, on the other hand, thought that this war would be short and quick. They thought they had the decapitation strike in place. Shock and awe would collapse the regime. That didn't work. They were hoping that their ballistic missile defense shield, together with American assistance, would be able to prevent significant damage being done to Israel. They're wrong. Israel got pounded like it's never been pounded before, and the harm was real, devastating. We don't know the extent to which, because Israel has, of course, put on a media blackout. But when the final reporting is done, you'll see the Iranians were very effective at hitting Israel, as effective at hitting Israel as Israel was to hit Iran, or maybe even more so. And the Israelis just couldn't continue this conflict politically. And so both nations were desperate for the ceasefire. But because neither nation was defeated, both nations have to posture as if they've somehow prevailed. This is a psychological game being played right now. And that's important to point out, because that psychological game, serves as the foundation of going forward. I think most people, I know you have, and me as well, have taken a deep sigh of relief that there's a ceasefire in place. But the confidence of this ceasefire holding is not high on my part, because there are too many unresolved issues and too much national pride, the ego of the biggest egomaniac in the world, Donald Trump, and then of course the narcissistic tendencies of Benjamin Netanyahu. So, we're not out of the woods yet, but why don't we just go ahead and take a deep breath and say, whew, the bombing has stopped, the missiles have stopped, and that's a good thing for the moment.
Just letting the situation unravel, the way it unraveled under the Trump administration and his policy in the Middle East. What was the outcome for Donald Trump? What was the outcome for the administration? When you look at the attack, when you look at the way that they led Israel attack in Iran.
In order to know that, we have to know what the genuine, intention is of Donald Trump in this regard. We can be guided, or at least I thought we could be guided by statements he made last September while he was still candidate Trump about, how he was looking for, there's a deal to be made with Iran that can lift the sanctions and move forward. But I think what we found is that Donald Trump is the entanglement with Israel is real. He can't disentangle from Israel. He can't disengage from Israel. And so he was sort of in a trap, an Israeli trap with Iran. And he was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. His political base was primarily composed of people who were seeking non-military intervention. And yet the people he surrounded him with, his political power core, were pro-Zionist, pro-Israeli elements who believed that Iran must be confronted decisively, up to and including a force. And so Donald Trump was stuck in the middle there. In retrospect, people may come out and say that he was a genius in the way that he navigated these troubled waters. Because if you think about it, what military price did the United States pay for bombing Iran? None, just the cost of the attack. No lives lost. The Iranian retaliation was as politically motivated as Trump's attack. Trump bombed 3 empty sites. Whether he telegraphed his intent to the Iranians or not, we don't know at this stage. We know that the Iranians
that he did. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we know that the Iranians telegraphed their intent not to. Iran wasn't looking to kill Americans, and America wasn't looking to kill Iranians. But Trump needed to be seen as being willing to bomb Iran and to have taken that step. And so this is why you get all the rhetoric about the most magnificent destructive obliteration in the world. We are the greatest thing, B-2 bombers, medals around the necks. But at the end of the day, it was pure political theater, just an act of political theater, as was the Iranian retaliation. And what's interesting is right after that occurred, it's as if there couldn't be a ceasefire until they checked off these boxes. The United States had to check off the "we bombed Iran" box, and Iran had to check off the "we attacked American installations" box. And then suddenly Qatar is making phone, or I guess Qatar, who made phone calls, and Iran's going, "Yep, we're in. We're willing to do this ceasefire thing." And the Israelis are like, "Please make this happen. We really need this to happen." So I think it was front loaded. I think the talk about a ceasefire, the how to make this happen, was front loaded, which means that what Trump did in bombing these sites was designed to create the conditions for a ceasefire, one that would be politically acceptable in the United States, one that would be politically acceptable in Israel, and created the conditions for political acceptance in Iran.
I believe Putin's warnings and the moves Putin was making forced Trump hands. I don't give Trump no motherfucking credit from backing down from the punishment and the pain that was promised to him and that Israel was taking.
If that's the case,
no credit.
Then Trump, deserves credit for his actions. I mean, we saw in the past with North Korea, his fire and brimstone, fire and fury. I'm going to nuke you off the face of the earth, moving things around. And even when he was engaged in actual diplomacy with North Korea, he tends to put out social media postings that are childlike. I mean, that's why I call him a man-child, because the way he postures himself is not that of a mature, dignified, sophisticated leader. This is a very intellectually not complicated, the way he talks in all caps and using words and such, but it's effective, meaning that it accomplished the task. So I think, the jury's still out, but we have a ceasefire. And now what Trump needs to do is bring an end to this nuclear nonsense. I don't think he's going to be able to sustain the 0% enrichment. I think he knows. Remember when Steve Witkoff began the negotiations, which were clearly just a setup for this knockout punch, Marco Rubio's admitted that. March 7th, he said the decision was made to attack. That's a joint decision by the United States and Israel. April 14th is when the first round of negotiations took place. So the United States knew going into the negotiations it was a setup. I mean, I don't know how we recover from that. But Witkoff, I don't think, knew. I think Witkoff was actually trying to negotiate in good faith. And then Witkoff got off script because he got a deal. Hey, we're going to have a deal. 3.75% enriched cap. We're ready to go. And Trump was like, well, that's a pretty cool deal. But then Trump remembered, oh, damn, yeah, we got to bomb Iran. Zero enrichment, zero this, zero that. Now, if we want to go forward, I don't think you get Iran to come back into the fold with 0%, with zero enrichment. I think there has to be a compromise. And is the United States and Israel ready to accept such a compromise? So that's the next hurdle that has to be crossed, is resolving the thing. But Iran has a lot of latitude here, because the attacks did not diminish Iran's potential. In fact, if anything, Iran is more dangerous today than they were before the attacks began, because the 60% enriched uranium has not been destroyed.
See this dude here, dude contradicting himself. He wants that passport back. If Iran is more dangerous than it was in the beginning, why give Trump credit? He's a war criminal who done made Iran more dangerous now. And like I said, the only reason the U.S. was forced to negotiate because Iran revealed their missile power and their missile capacity. The U.S. could not battle that without putting millions of troops into the Middle East, which they can't muster up. And Putin warned them if they was going to fail, and warned them even if they did destroy Iran's enrichment capabilities, is people willing to just give them a nuke? That came from the second in command in Russia. That's a Russian policy, letting them know. So what you're doing, so why should Trump be giving any fucking credit for being forced to stand down? Man, please, Scott need to stop that.
The centrifuges, the IR-6, IR-8 advanced centrifuges, have not been destroyed. They can be, those cascades can be reestablished in secrecy because Iran, I believe that the parliament voted to break relations with the IAEA. I don't know if the government's acted on that yet. But as Lavrov said, there's no reason for Iran to tell the IAEA where the 60% enrichment is, because the IAEA will just turn it over to the Israelis and the Americans, who will bomb. So Iran actually has a stronger position. It now, if it wanted to, could, in a very short period of time, produce enough highly enriched uranium. And I believe that they preserved much, or at least what was needed for at least pilot plant production of metal, uranium metal conversion, that they can enrich the 60% enriched uranium to 90, 92%, convert it to metal, and make a simple gun design that can go on a missile. So if the goal was to ensure that Iran couldn't have a nuclear weapon, they failed. The only thing that's lacking right now is Iran's political. And I apologize for the dogs, but we got people moving out in front of the house. The only thing lacking right now is the political will, and this is what Trump needs to capitalize on right now, is to cut a deal as quick as possible while Iran is willing to cut a deal. But if you push Iran into a corner, even the Russians have said publicly, there's no telling what they're going to do. The Russians are no longer saying Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. They're saying, because of you, Iran probably will have a nuclear weapon. And so I think we have to act quick. We, being the United States, have to act quick to cut a deal that brings this under control before it gets out of control. And this is something, the Israelis, didn't count upon. They, the fact that they failed. And they didn't just fail there. On ballistic missiles, they failed. Iran still has a considerable stockpile of these missiles. Many of them are the advanced models. And yes, while they destroyed certain infrastructure, the bottom line is Iran will be able to pour concrete, move dirt, install steel beams, and reestablish production capacity. They know how to do it. The hard part isn't the facility. The hard part is the knowledge. And Iran has the knowledge. So, they will be able to reconstitute ballistic missile production. So this is a failure for Israel across the board, but it's also a failure for Iran, because did Iran establish deterrence, a deterrence standard sufficient to have the Israelis say, we never want to do this again? And I think in the short term right now, the answer is no. But when Israel lifts the media blackout and the truth becomes apparent, let's see what happens to the political fallout. Let's see what happens when Benjamin Netanyahu has to tell the Israeli people the extent to which the damage has been done. And that may prove to be a constraint for Israel, seeking to go forward and continue to attack. So we're in a difficult period of time. Leadership is required. The United States should be the one to step forward. Can the world trust? Can Iran trust? Can anybody trust the United States after what has been done? Don't know.
I don't know if you saw the interview that John Kerry had with Christian Amanpour, in which he said that the people in the administration, the Trump administration, need to understand the case of Iranian nuclear program is something related to their knowledge. They can reproduce it. They can make it. But it seems the administration somehow feeling physically damaging these things that can bring some sort of, I don't know, they can push it back. But after all, it's 6 months, a year. How long does it take? It doesn't take that much to Iran to get back and reproduce everything. I think they need to understand this and find a permanent solution to what's going on. I don't know if anybody is willing to understand this.
I disagree with the notion that Iran's program has been pushed back 2 to 4 years. That's based upon an assessment derived from physical destruction of large facilities that, which for the most part had been evacuated. The Iranians, it's not like they woke up one day and said, oh my God, we got to evacuate. Iran was getting ready to open up a third major enrichment facility. That wasn't bombed. They still have the centrifuge cascades. That's underground too. That could be set up in a week. So now they take the 60% enriched uranium in there and they step it up. No inspections, no verification, no knowledge that this is being done. Now they have weapons grade uranium hexafluoride, and they bring in a pilot plant, and they just need to convert 90 kilograms to 90 pounds to metal. Once it's metal of that enrichment, the gun design, the United States, it's just physics at that point in time. It's not sophisticated, it's just physics. We didn't test the uranium bomb that we dropped on the Japanese because we didn't need to test it because we knew it would work. So the Iranians won't have to do a test. Everybody's like, oh, we're waiting for the Iranian test. Why? It's a gun design. It's a gun design that will probably, once it's all done, its configuration will weigh around 500 pounds. They have warheads that can carry 900 pounds. They have warheads even bigger than that. But on the Fahad 2, which is a maneuverable one that can almost guarantee to hit its target, easily craft a functional gun design uranium weapon on that warhead. So the idea that what the United States and Israel did made the world safer or made it more dangerous, because now the Iranians have every incentive to go down that path. So the program hasn't been, pushed back or whatever. This is a fallacy. It's flawed thinking. And it actually plays to Iran's benefit, because if you actually believe that you have retarded or neutralized their capability for, 2 to 4 years, then your guard's down. Oh, we don't have to worry about it. Guys, you got to worry about it right now. That's why you need to immediately address this issue and get an agreement in place that gives Iran what it wants with that, and also removes from any possibility the notion of an Iranian nuclear weapon.
Here is, Scott, you mentioned the ballistic missiles of Iran being used, but the Israeli Channel 12 reported that Iran did not launch any cruise missiles at Israel during the war. It seems that these are much difficult to be intercepted. Why did they not use it? Because they didn't need it. They
Revolutionary salute to our family, Corey, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Somehow felt that they can hit with other missiles. They don't need to use them. What was the main reason in your opinion?
I don't know. I would speculate that these cruise missiles, I believe Iran had a war plan that they were implementing. They were working off of, a campaign strategy that had been planned, and they had assets dedicated to each level of the campaign, and that campaign could be expanded or contracted as necessary. If Iran says that they're preparing to hit American bases or they're preparing to hit regional oil production, you don't want to waste a ballistic missile on an oil field. Fire a cruise missile at the oil field. So maybe they were holding on to these cruise missiles for the oil infrastructure phase of the campaign. We don't know how this campaign was impacted by Israeli military actions. No plan survives initial contact with the enemy. That's just an old saying. And we don't know what Israel accomplished. I don't know if the Iranians will ever be honest about this, but, Israel did strike missile facilities throughout Iran, and some of those facilities were having secondary explosions and glow that suggested that Israel penetrated, and there was a lot going underground. So we don't know what's left of the Iranian arsenal. We don't know if a diminished arsenal helped persuade the Iranian government to seek a ceasefire because they weren't able to sustain this. Iran didn't launch any cruise missiles, but is that because they're all intact, or did Israel manage to penetrate some of these storage facilities and block that? We just don't know. What we do know is this: both Israel and Iran were desperate for the ceasefire. We know that because they both took it up instantly. Could you let's be honest here. If last week, in the midst of this conflict, if I said the United States attacks Iran, what do you expect to happen? Massive retaliation, right? And then after that massive retaliation, what do you expect to happen? More escalation, automatic. So would you at any moment a week ago said, no, what will happen is an immediate ceasefire? Do those two things lend themselves to a ceasefire under normal logic? And the answer is no. It lends itself to escalation. The fact that Iran immediately agreed to a ceasefire means there's a reason that they did this. They feel vulnerable. They're not achieving their objectives. And one of those could be that they have lost considerable assets, or the fact that they don't have an air defense capable of protecting the Iranian people from Israeli attacks. Israel was starting to single out neighborhoods in Tehran for destruction. And if you can't protect it and you're the regime, you're saying, well, wait a minute, at some point in time, the people may turn against us because we can't protect them. And I also believe that the Iranian government truly believes in protecting the Iranian people. It cares for the welfare of the Iranian people. So they're looking at a situation where, their citizens are suffering. There's nothing they can do to protect it. Look what they did back at, again, I got in trouble with Mr. Morandi once when I mentioned this, but I know my history. The Iraqis fired 189 missiles into Tehran and other cities during the War of the Cities back in 1988-89. And Ayatollah Khomeini had said, we're in it for good. Saddam's got to go. The end of it, we're never going to stop till Saddam's gone. And then he had to drink that bitter cup of poison to make a peace because they had no other choice. Why? Because the people of Tehran were fleeing. They were helpless. There was nothing they could do to stop this. And I believe that was the situation that confronted this government. And it's something I told Mr. Morandi will happen, that the damage that will be done to Iran will be such that they will be compelled to drink a bitter cup of poison and seek a peace, that Iran's not going to achieve what it wants to achieve. It doesn't mean that I didn't want Iran to achieve it. I personally would like to see Iran break Israel's back, but apparently that wasn't in the cards. Israel was able to inflict damage on Iran. And Iran was also looking at a potential escalation that could bring in more American military power that would bring even more damage to Iran. So I think they Trump didn't want to do that. Trump didn't want to get sucked into a long-lasting regional war. And so I think they both were able to come to a common sense saying the Iranians, we don't want to be bombed. And Trump saying, we really don't want to bomb you. And so ceasefire. We won't know until both sides open up the books and start telling us what really happened. But we can speculate.
In both cases, you've mentioned the war with Iraq and with Israel. Both countries attacked Iran. Iran didn't attack these countries. They started attacking Iran, and Iran had to respond, had to fight with them. But what has happened since then? Many people somehow thought that the Iranian people would, as you saw, not Netanyahu, it was Naftali Bennett, all his administration were talking about it. The people in Iran would rise up and would overthrow the government in Iran, and everything in the aftermath of killing the commanders, everything going to be destroyed. It's somehow, I said it before, we talked about it before. It was delusional to think of it, because they know the nature, the tradition, the culture of Iranian people. They may disagree. Every night they gather, they talk to each other, they criticize each and every part of the government, each and every part of the government in Iran. But after all, when something comes in and something is fighting them, they're going to unite. It was somehow, and it wasn't just Israel and the United States talking this way. Look at the way that they were using their positions in the United States and outside Iran. They were somehow so much delusional about regime change in Iran.
Well, regime change is you say delusional, but let's reflect on it for a minute. Saddam Hussein, gone. Bashar al-Assad, gone. Nasrallah, gone. The Sudanese leader, gone. So now I've successfully eliminated many of these leaders. And am I delusional now to believe that maybe if we applied the same strategies, the tactics and all that we couldn't get regime change in Iran? I mean, let's be honest. How many people thought that Bashar al-Assad in September of 2023 was vulnerable to total collapse? Wasn't on my bingo card. Was it on yours? No. But it happened because of the gradual erosion of Syrian society and Syrian leadership and all this stuff. I'm not saying that's the situation in Iran. In fact, I believe the exact opposite. I've mentioned several times, the meeting with Raisi in September of 2023, when he opened up the conversation by talking about the events of the summer of 2023. He called it the greatest threat to the survival of the revolution of the Islamic Republic, because of the unrest that was done by the Western powers and other powers trying to use these various elements within Iran to bring down the government. He said, but we survived and we became stronger from it. The government has learned many lessons, but the people rallied around the government and we are stronger from it. So my belief is that if you attack Iran today, the people will once again rally around the government. But you just never know the psychology of nations. What holds a nation together is an unquantifiable. At some point in time, all societies have the potential of collapse. But I don't believe the conditions were met here to do that. But I can't say it's delusional to imagine the possibility of bringing down Iran. And they continue to believe it. Yeah, I'll say this. When Saddam Hussein, when the war ended in 1991, and they unleashed the inspectors on Iraq, that was supposed to be about containing Saddam. And indeed, the United States viewed it as a mechanism to get rid of Saddam. To starve his nation through sanctions, never letting sanctions to be lifted, even if Iraq complied with its disarmament obligation. But the Israelis weren't patient enough. The Israelis believed that Saddam represented an existential threat. Plus, they had vindictive hearts. And immediately after the war ended in March of 1991, the new head of Israeli military intelligence, Yuri Segei, put forward a plan to the Israeli leadership and said, we need to kill Saddam. The only way we'll ever be secure is to kill Saddam. Regime change. That's it. And they began moving on that plan. In November of 1993, they're ready to act on it. They had an assassination plan ready to implement. Adnan Kharilla was in a Jordanian hospital under life support because of diabetes. The Israeli Mossad was in the hospital. They could kill him at will. And when they killed him, they already knew what the funeral arrangements would be. Kharilla would be brought back to Baghdad, mourning, taken to Tikrit. Saddam would fly in, and there would be a funeral. And they knew the layout of Auja, where this was take place. They knew where the family plot was. And they had Sariyat Matkal team that was going to fly in and have these special missiles. And as Saddam came in, they'd fire the missiles and they'd kill Saddam, and then they'd escape. Plan was there. Going to happen. Not hypothetical. Going to happen. The final rehearsal went south. They fired live missiles into the car carrying the soldier pretending to be Saddam. Ironically, the driver and everybody around him died, but the guy pretending to be Saddam was just injured. But the point is they canceled that hit. But that didn't mean that they were done with Saddam. They said, okay, that's done, but we will continue to focus on his removal. And it wasn't until literally I intervened and met with Uri Segei in October of 1994 and convinced them to stop the regime change and focus on containing Saddam through supporting the work of the inspectors that the Israelis shifted. And the interesting thing about that is once Israel bought into the inspection process and supported it and worked to make it viable, the threat assessment of Saddam dropped from number 1 threat to number 8 threat, number 6 or number 8. My memory is eluding me at the time, but it was low. But they also, I remember talking to the guy he was a colonel, and his job was to be Saddam. His job was to think like Saddam. And he's the guy that said Saddam is an irrational actor. We have to kill him, da-da-da. But by the time I finished working with him about the reality of Iraq, Saddam was seen as a rational actor that Israel could peacefully coexist with so long as Saddam didn't have access to weapons of mass destruction. And so I bring that up for 2 reasons. One, I'm convinced today that Israel is vindictive and they continue to hold on to regime change fantasies. That even though Israel accepted this ceasefire, they want to kill Ali Khamenei and they want to kill the president, and they are actively conspiring to do that. If the opportunity comes up for them to kill these leaders, they will kill these leaders and not worry about where the chips fall, just like they were going to do in 1993, kill Saddam. But I'm also convinced that if a viable plan backed by the United States to contain Iran's nuclear ambitions is put on the table, that the regime change fantasy can be put aside as it was in 1994. So, past is precedent, and let's see what happens. The regime change fantasy went away in 94, but it regrew in 2002, 2003. The whole purpose of the invasion of Iraq was to get rid of Saddam Hussein, and the Israelis backed that. Why? Because it's not that we couldn't contain Iraq with weapons inspections. We clearly could, but that the United States itself was never able to deviate from the regime change track. And here I'm worried, because here I see Lindsey Graham on the Senate floor talking about regime change. I see President Trump tweeting stupid things about regime change. And I'm just wondering if at the foundation of American policy, that this whole talk about stability is just a subterfuge for regime change. And people say, well, why would you believe that? Well, I don't know, because the United States set the Iranians up for negotiations. It was subterfuge for a knockout blow to kill their leadership. I mean, that's a big deal. This isn't like a minor thing. It's not like, a coach giving a bunt sign, oh gosh, we shouldn't have bunt, we should have swung. No, this is about your entire approach to the game, the players you recruit, the training you do. Regime change was built into the very beginning of this operation. The success of this operation depended on regime change, and that wasn't just Israel signing off, that was America signing off. So I don't think we've walked away from the regime change policy, and this is why it's very important that we get other nations to jump in. The United States cannot be in control of this. Other nations have to come in and get a nuclear deal on the table that meets the satisfactions of the Iranians and demonstrates that the problem of Iran, as defined by a potential nuclear threat, is a containable problem, and therefore stop the regime change nonsense.
Just look at the name of the operation. Israeli operation on Iran was Rising Lions. They were not talking about Israelis. They were talking about Iranians. But
they were talking about the Shah. They were talking about the Shah's son. Yeah. I mean, but the ultimate victory, I guess, is that he stopped following Donald Trump on X. He's so mad right now because he thought he was going to be. This guy actually thought he was going to be the next Shah. Delusional.
Scott, what the Iranian Supreme Leader said last month, it was somehow amazing when we look at it right now. He said that the enemy, we can get hit from inside, not from outside. And it came out to be, you look at the situation, it was all about it. It was, look at the network inside Iran, look at the way they try to manipulate the situation in Iran. It was all about, and you remember in the middle of one of the prominent universities in Iran, in Tehran, University of Tehran, there was a woman naked, everything. She just took off everything just to make some sort of movement in Iran. They couldn't, because the government is getting smarter. They know what these people are looking for, they're seeking for. And in terms of this sort of terrorist attack in Iran, this network, most of these people, I'm not talking about all of them, but most of them were undocumented immigrants, Scott.
Were what?
Undocumented immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
They were participating for a decade with these Israeli intelligence.
Israel's been flooding Iran with these. Yeah, they took advantage of the war in Afghanistan, the refugees coming in. They took advantage of Israel takes advantage of everything. I mean, the Israelis are master plotters. They'll take advantage of Kurdish unrest, to plant. You got PJAK operatives in northern Iraq. Israel will infiltrate fighters into PJAK, and then PJAK will send them back into Iran for training, and they'll become part of the Kurdish element, and then they'll disappear. The same thing with Azeris, all of these different ethnic groups. And then Iran's proclivity, which is common in the region, to use third-party nationals as a labor force. So you want to build your thing, you bring in these undocumented immigrants who then are involved in construction. They become part of Iranian society. They can live, and here, there, and everywhere. And Israel was masterful in exploiting that to get these networks in. Yeah.
Today I talked with Professor Morandi. He said that after the American attack, something has happened after the American attack on Iran. Iran wants to get closer to the east, to Russia and China. They know that they cannot trust the United States. And do you believe that these people who have decided, for whatever reason, let's put it this way, decided to attack Iran, do they really understand the gravity of their decision and the future of what could have happened between Iran and the United States? Maybe with Russia would be part of that. That could bring, we talk about it, that could bring some sort of balance. But it doesn't seem that would be the case for the United States foreign policy. There is no strategic way of thinking when it comes to the foreign policy. Everybody is looking for something to achieve in terms of the domestic policy. They want to achieve something for the near future, not anything for a long run.
There's parallels here between what I call Russophobia, the disease of Russophobia that has infected the American people, so that we can't think rationally about Russia because we're led to believe the most base things about the Russian people. And then we think, only we accept at face value anything negative said about Russia and the Russian people, even though the truth is so far different. And I've been struggling against Russophobia for some time now. I took 2 trips to Russia recently, extensive trips, and have been trying to educate the Americans about the reality of Russia. And it's an uphill struggle. And all I can say is that Russians in 1979 didn't take over an American embassy and humiliate 53 American diplomats for 440 some odd days. Iran did. Russia didn't blow up a Marine barracks in Beirut, killing 241 U.S. service members while they slept. Iran was complicit in that. You see what I'm trying to say here is that we already have, I don't know what the proper term would be,
And the United States didn't do regime change in Russia.
Oh, no, yeah. Oh, well, we tried.
It did in Iran.
Yeah, we tried. We tried in Russia. We just failed. But 53. Look, there's a huge history, but I'm talking about the American issue. Look at one of the big things in the idiot media of America. As long as they shout death to America, we can never consider being, on good relations with Iran. And I'm like, do you even know what death to America means? It doesn't mean death to America. The Iranian people, go to Iran and you will find out. Go to Iran, stand up and say, I am an American. And they'll come up and say, hey, glad to meet you. How you doing? Come on over to my house. Give you some cookies, some bread, a cake. Let's talk. Why are you so mad? We're not mad at you. We just, and it's disarming. to be honest, it's very disarming because they're so friendly and so cultured and so knowledgeable, and everything you think you know about Iran goes out the window if you go to Iran to visit. But today, the American people are just easily manipulated. All we have to do is say the U.S. embassy was taken over, Beirut bombing. Now we have the new mantra of, we got armless and legless veterans. I was in southern Iraq in 2005 when my vehicle hit an explosively formed projectile that came from Iran. I'm sorry. Why were you in Iraq again? 2005, is that after the illegal invasion and occupation of Iraq? I mean, while I have sympathy for you as an individual, come on, stop blaming Iran. Because the last time I checked, you had to fly thousands of miles to get to southern Iraq. And the Iranians are just right across the border. So imagine, put it in perspective. Stop blaming the Iranians for doing things that they have to do to protect their national security interests. Be mature about all this. But the fact of the matter is, we are infected with Iranophobia. My next project, if I can do it, if I don't get killed by the FBI, I'm seriously thinking about this. I don't know if I'm the person to do it. Maybe somebody else needs to do it. But somebody in the United States has to take the lead on an anti-Iranophobia program, which means to begin engagement with the Iranian people, engagement with the nation of Iran, to begin this process of educating Americans about the reality of Iran. Because right now in the United States, for instance, on the Russia side, we have Brighton Beach, which is full of, Jewish immigrants who hate Russia, hate the Soviet Union, but they speak with a nice Russian accent. And so they're good to get on TV and go, oh, Russia bad. Yeah, beer, vodka. No good. And everybody goes, see, Russians are bad. And then we have Hollywood that just presents the Russians as being drunk alcoholics, criminals, mafia, and all this kind of stuff, dark, evil. And we do the same thing with the Iranians. Look at every program. The Iranians come off as, brooding, terroristic. There was that show Homeland, where the hero played by the guy who played Captain Winters in the Band of Brothers ended up getting hung in the street in Tehran, well, because he murdered the head of the IRGC, but that's different. But the point is, the Iranians, I watched the way they portrayed Iran. I was in Tehran. They portrayed this dark city, gloomy, everything, nothing. I was in at night, Tehran, lit up, people out there walking, restaurants open. Come on, man. It was vibrant, alive. And somebody needs to do this. We need to begin people-to-people connectivity with the Iranian people so that we can defeat this Iranophobia, so that when Lindsey Graham gets up on the floor of the Senate and starts spewing nonsense, people can shout him down and say, get the hell out of here. When the Shah's son steps up, say, you're not a representative of Iran. When the diaspora in LA starts screaming and shouting, say, shut up. You guys fled because you supported the Shah that was a prisoner of the CIA that created the Savak that tortured the Iranian people. And nobody in Iran wants you to come back. They might want you individually to come back if you make amends, but nobody wants the return of the Shah. There's zero support for that. All the Iranian people want to do is live in peace, and all we need to do to live in peace with them is respect them. It is a theocracy. There's no doubt about that. And the role of religion is big. But I got a question for you. I've been looking at videos that are coming out of Iran of women walking around without the hijab on. Now, is this just BS propaganda, or is this a thing in northern Tehran where girls can actually not walk around with the hijab on and not get beat up by the religious police?
It's not just about Tehran. All the cities in Iran, they're not putting the proper hijab as they talk, and nobody's caring about it. The government just gave up on that. They're not.
Raisi hinted at this. It was funny because he said, we made many mistakes. Yeah. He said this in September 20. He said, we as the government made many mistakes and we need to rectify our errors. And he didn't get specific, but he was talking about the hijab thing that took that poor girl, that the Kurdish girl that got killed or died, whatever the narrative of that is. The bottom line is, if she wasn't taken up off the street because of a hijab violation, there wouldn't have been a crisis, because if she truly had a heart defect, she would have dropped dead of her own volition later on, but she dropped dead in a police station after being arrested and being upset about it. So the government made many mistakes, and it heartens me if what you're saying is true. And I'm not doubting you. I just didn't want to jump in on it because I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is the internet. You don't know, the context of all this, but
we may go to Iran together, Scott. And you see,
I'm not against that, but be careful traveling with me. I'm a volatile person. But no, but I think this is important because, we have idiots who are saying, we need to confront this regime on behalf of the Iranian women. And I'm like, really? How'd that work out for the Afghan women that you confronted the Taliban on behalf of? You abandoned them, you use them as a cause. But do the Iranian women really need to be rescued? I mean, when I was there, I remember it was 2006 or 7. When did Ahmadinejad first get elected? It was right after he got elected. So was that 2006?
Yeah.
So this would have been in September of 2006.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was invited I had to go register with the Ministry of Information because I was a journalist. And so I had to go get my credentials. And I came in, and the lady who ran it came out, and I immediately put my hand out to shake her hand. And she's like, no, I can't, and she wasn't angry, but she was like, no, I can't. I'm like, whoa, yeah, I forgot where I was for a minute. And so it is an Islamic Republic. There are rules and regulations and norms and values and standards that don't necessarily comport with the West, but that's okay because it's Iran. I was never led. My guide, I had 2 guides. I was there on official business, but it was funny when I arrived, even though the Zarif, who was the ambassador to the United Nations, he green stamped, he approved all this. He said, go there. Everything's going to work out. We've got an agenda for you. The foreign ministry is ready to receive you. And I got there, and the IRGC went, yeah, we're not ready to receive you. What the hell are you doing here? We know who you are. We know your background. Why are you here? And everything got held up. So I had my official guide from the translator. But what he told me is, he said, look, we'll go do some stuff. We'll try and make your agenda work. But he said, go hire a civilian tour guide. We're not going to tell you who to pick. Just go hire one and go see Iran. Just go see Iran. Go do it. Well, I hired a tour guide. She was a female. And she brought in her assistant, who was also a female. They were funny, witty. They sat down at a table with me. We had coffee and tea. We didn't shake hands or anything, but we we communicated. It wasn't, this barrier. And they took me around Iran. I got to go to Kashan. I got to, up in the mountains, there was this wonderful village where the women, it's famous for the headscarf with roses on it, I guess. If you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's in Isfahan.
Yeah.
It's
a wonderful place. I mean, it was just a beautiful country, beautiful people. I laughed because, I'm thinking Iran backwards. So we're on the highway leading out of Tehran and we stop at a rest stop. Now, I've been to Turkey and I've gone to Turkish rest stops, and I have to tell you, they're bad. They smell, it's the hygiene. This thing, you could have eaten off the bathroom floor. It was clean, everything, the food. And I'm like, what the hell? This is better than the New York State Thruway. Literally, the quality of the roads was better and the rest stop was better. And I'm like, wait a minute, Iran's a funky little place, man. It's all right. It doesn't mean it's perfect. I was able to go into southern Tehran and go into the working class section because I wanted to talk to people who were pro Ahmadinejad. And the official guide took me there, and we had lots of conversations. Well, it turns out, yes, there was a lot of pro Ahmadinejad, but there's a lot of people who are anti Ahmadinejad, and they're looking around saying, "Look at this rat hole! Look at this! Look at the roads! Look at the quality of the houses! Look at the water when I turn it on! It's not working. We need a government that works." It's the same everywhere in the world. There's no such thing as utopia. But the funny thing was, even the people that were making these complaints would invite me in. They were the greatest hosts in the world. I didn't meet, the only place there was a modicum of hostility was with the IRGC, because initially they just didn't trust me. But in the end, I think I may have told you this before, where I was at a restaurant and IRGC guys came in. I think it was a setup. They were supposed to be an accidental meet, but because they're not allowed to meet with Americans, but they were from the American branch of the IRGC intelligence wing. I'm like, sure, this is an accident, but they just wanted to talk. They weren't trying to recruit me. They weren't trying to do it. They just wanted to talk. They were just like, hey, let's have a conversation, talk about America. Why do you guys think that? And I asked them questions, and they made some amazing statements. I mean, one of them, admitted to, when he was young, going to Berlin to kill opposition people. He wouldn't tell me if he actually carried out an assassination, but he said there's a reason why I had to leave Berlin. Okay. I said, so you are a terrorist? And he said, from your perspective, absolutely. I committed acts of terrorism. He said, from our perspective, I'm a freedom fighter. I'm killing traitors to our nation. But what he said was even more amazing. He said, we came back from that, and we were raised to hate the West, to view the West as evil and all this stuff. And then, but you go to Berlin, he said, we saw a society that worked, a society that functioned. And so he said the IRGC turned out to be one of the bigger proponents of change in Iran, not to have pornography and strip clubs and alcohol. No, but why can't we do business? Why can't we become involved in business? Why can't we function like this? So when people talk about the IRGC getting into business and this is an evil thing, I'm thinking, no, that's about the IRG actually taking the lead in imposing a new way of doing, of interacting with the West, of doing business. It's not Iran is, of course, has its problems, and I'm not sitting here pretending the IRGC is perfect. I'm sure there's corruption in the IRGC, as there is anywhere when you deal with money and all that. But the idea that these people are out to get the West is wrong. They actually have bent over backwards to get along with the West. They wanted to get away, but as you mentioned, that may not be an option anymore because of what just happened. And the role that the United States played in this, and the deceit of Europe as well. I mean, the Iranians have to sit up and realize that as much as they wanted to be aligned with the West and friendly with the West, that their future is actually to the east, with Russia, the north-south economic corridor, with China, the new Silk Road. And many Iranians, because you look at the geography of Iran, look where it's at. But Iran wasn't oriented towards doing business with Turkmenistan, with Central Asia, with Kazakhstan. They were oriented with the West. But now Iran's starting to pivot, going, there is huge opportunity here. Huge opportunity. I mean, you're trying to break into a European market that's already been, calcified in terms of, market share. It's tough. the Eurasian Economic Union is just sitting there for Iran to develop and prosper from. And I think that's the direction Iran's going to be heading. I agree with you. They're going to be moving in that direction. But they can't do that if we continue to want to kill their leaders and constrain them. Trump said something interesting today, or tweeted something about now China can buy all the Iranian oil they want to. As an interesting statement. The implication is that Trump may be moving to lift sanctions. I don't know if he'll be able to fool out because he's got to get through the Congress, and the Congress is full of people who continue to hold Iran accountable for the death to America chants. So that's why I think the project of overcoming Iranophobia, I don't know, I just made up that word. I don't know if it's the right word, but I think it's as important as the project to overcome Russophobia.
The village you mentioned is called Abiane.
Yes.
It's between Kashan and Isfahan. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful village. Gorgeous village. And the people were amazing. And I actually bought 3 of their scarves to bring back for my wife and my 2 daughters. And I know upstairs my wife's got that scarf. It's funny. It's like anything. I buy my wife these things that are great, but because they're so great, she doesn't want to wear them. So she's like, I've got this, but I can't wear it because it's so special. So we've got a whole drawer full of stuff I bought that she never wears because it's just too special to wear. But that scarf is it's an important symbol of Iran. I mean, there's meaning behind it. It's not a trivial thing. It's part of, in Russia they speak of the Russian soul, and I don't know if the Iranians use the same term, but it's part of that which defines the inner being of Iran.
We call it Iranian proud. It's an Iranian dignity, something like this. And in Iran, it's literally the translation would be Iranian dignity.
Good thing to be dignified about. I mean, in America, we seem to be happy about massive ordnance penetrators. That's what gives us dignity. But the Iranians, if the beauty of this village and the beauty of the roses. I was there. I don't think it was the Rose Festival. But I was there. I was going through Kashan, and everything was roses. They had rose water. They had so there was something going on about roses. I can't remember what it was.
It's a festival. Really, it's a festival about roses. They prepare everything. They gather them. They produce the water of those roses and
rose water. Yeah. And they make perfume too. They were selling little vials of rose perfume. But I remember when I was in the United Arab Emirates. You're frozen, so I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Can you hear me, Scott?
I can hear you now. Yeah. I went to the UAE. I was speaking at it was Abu Dhabi.
Coffee.